Christianity is not true because it works. Okay, that's pragmatism. It's not true because it feels right. Christianity is not a session, a kumbaya session where everyone's sitting around a circle sipping their latte, their $5.94 latte from Starbucks, singing kumbaya, each taking turns round robin style, telling everyone what they believe John 14:6 means to them. That's not Christianity. That's what the left is trying to turn Christianity into, because in order for the New World Order to come into full effect, they have to first get rid of Christianity, which says there is no New World Order without Christ. In order for them to usher in their New World Order, they have to get rid of Christianity and the elect. They will fail because the Bible is not inclusive, it's exclusive. It doesn't include other religions. It doesn't tolerate other religions. It claims that the source of these other religions is ultimately Satan. So they have to get rid of Christianity. They have to water it down. They have to turn it into, well, if it feels right, it's right. Okay? It's not true, again, it continues. It is not true because it's my truth. Okay? It's my truth. Therefore, it's right. Well, my culture says this is okay, therefore it's right. That's relativism. It's true because it's anchored in the person of Christ. Okay. Furthermore, it's true. It's true because it corresponds to reality. The Bible is historical and evidential. The Bible is historical and evidential. No other religion can boast of such. No other religion can boast of such. And when I say it's historical, I mean it's historically accurate, meaning it doesn't make any mistakes historically. When I say it's evidential, I don't mean that the archaeological spade has dug up every single bone or every single piece of pottery that was used by the disciples or Abraham or Moses in the Sinai. What we mean is that's an argument from silence to say it didn't happen because of a lack of evidence. What we are saying by evidential is that what the archaeological spade has discovered has never militated against or gone against or contradicted what thus saith the Lord, what's in the text. So everything that was dug up, like Nineveh, for example, only confirms biblical claims, historical claims, cities, kings, tributaries, places, particulars, the pools of Siloam, the pool of Bethesda. Okay, archaeology has only fostered or supported what the text has already mentioned. It never militated against what the text has said. No other religion can boast of such feat. Jeff?
Jill denied the existence of God, so I guess he's an atheist now.
Cool.
Well,
No, I didn't deny the existence of God. Okay. But you'll see why he's gonna say that. Hey, what's going on, Smokey? Smokey's cup buddy is in the chat. Hey, it's Sergeant Slim Jim, and it's KiKi the Muslim. Oh, let me put the link in the chat for KiKi the Muslim. KiKi the Muslim believes that he is has found. I believe you found slavery in the Bible, KiKi. Is that right? That sounds like a woman's name. Why don't you get a man's name and then click on the link and be man enough to come in the room and deal with me one on one, mano y mano, man against man. Sergeant Slim Jim is a man. He says, "I think I'm a teacher." We thought you were a cop. Then we found out you didn't arrest black people, so you're really not a cop. Okay. Oh no, it's not your fault. When you arrest them, the woke DA in your state or in your city lets them out of jail because arresting black people is not something we should be doing in our society today. Um, KiKi, if you want to enter the room, you have to take. You need a microphone. Okay, you don't have a microphone. You tried to enter in, I see, but you don't have a microphone, so I can't let you in. All right, so no, I didn't deny the existence of God per se. Per se.
He did.
He did. He
Oh,
was
he did
trying.
it.
He was trying to be clever in an exchange of comments with AJ. I went through them and read them while you.
Okay, so now Jefferson admits he just lied. He says I was trying to be clever. Yeah, I was. So he admits that I wasn't denying the existence of God, but I was simply arguing as an atheist. Okay, or playing what you could say devil's advocate, or playing a role. I was role playing as an atheist. We're two atheists. We're having a discussion. God doesn't exist. None of us believe in God. Okay, my morality about abortion is superior to yours because I say that it's wrong and it should never be allowed. The death or the murder of a innocent child should never be legalized. God doesn't exist, so you can't. What about Godism? What about God? Look what God did in Exodus. Look what God did. Look what God did. So no, you. So that way, I. He says I was trying to be clever. Okay, you can say that. And that way, you take the fuel out of the pump. You take the bullets out of their gun because they want to they want to blame God. They want to play what about Godism with you. So now God doesn't exist. Now what? Now what? So they want to leverage the fact that you believe in God, and then instead of dealing with their own faults or their own moral uh, uh, conundrum, they want to throw God into the picture now. So that's why in my discussion with AJ, I said God doesn't exist. But of course, the atheist loves to obfuscate. What's going on?
All right, Rebuke, you hear me now?
Yes, I hear you just fine.
All right.
Okay, what now? You say you have evidence of what? What is it that you wanted to present?
All right. So this is how we're gonna do it. If you would agree with this, I'm gonna go
Yeah.
point by point, and we will argue point by point instead of me going through the entire argument, which is a waste of time if we do it that way.
Okay. So you want to go point by point?
All
Okay.
right.
What is your argument?
All right. So you believe that the Bible is morally uh, superior to anything else. I disagree with that. Is that
Okay.
is that valid? A starting point there.
Yes, the moral prescriptions that God gives to human beings for their deportment, for their behavior and treatment of each other is superior to that of the liberal establishment today, I'll say, since
All
I
right.
don't know
Sounds
your
good. Sounds
personal
good. Okay.
views.
Got it. Got it. How about this
Since I
now?
don't know your personal views yet.
Gotcha, gotcha. How about this? You also believe that the Bible does not condone or never ordain any type of abortion, right?
Okay. Oh, you were the numbers five guy. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, yes. Right. The Bible never condones the killing of innocent for humans to kill innocent human beings. One of the instructions that God gives to humans is uh, to preserve life, to uh, actually giving life or a woman giving birth was considered a gift of God. Okay, so we are to cherish life, preserve it, and protect life. Human beings in their relationship to one another. Thou shalt not murder.
All right. Sounds good. Sounds good. I think we got your point there. So tell me why in Hosea, what is it? Hosea 13.
Mhm.
God talks about ripping the baby out of the womb of the Babylonians.
Hosea 13, what chapter?
That's the chapter, Hosea 13.
Oh, I'm sorry, what verse?
Go from verse. Let's go with. Sorry, I'm looking through it right now. Verse 16.
Verse 16. Okay, so we're in Hosea 13, verse 16.
Yep.
Okay, let's take a look at that passage. Um, Hosea 16, verse 13. I'm gonna put it up
No,
on the screen
13,
here.
verse 16.
Oh, 13, verse 16. I'm sorry. Did you have the passage? Did you want to read it?
Yes,
Or
I'll read it out to you.
okay, go
This
ahead
is
and
the
read it.
King James version, sorry, what is it? The ESV, English Standard Version. Do you agree with that, or you want me to change to a
Oh, go
different
ahead.
Bible?
That's fine. ESV is fine. That's the Calvinist Bible.
Samaria shall bear her guilt, because she had rebelled against her God. They shall fall by the sword. Their little ones shall be dashed in pieces, and their pregnant woman ripped open.
Okay, read that again.
Samaria shall bear her guilt, because she has rebelled against her God. They shall fall by the sword. Their little ones shall be dashed in pieces, and their
Mhm.
pregnant woman ripped open.
Okay, who is he talking about there in that passage? Who is
He is
Hosea
talking
referring to?
about the city state of Samaria. He is going to destroy the city state of Samaria,
Mhm.
regardless of your innocence.
How is he going to destroy the city state of Samaria?
Because she has rebelled against her God, they shall fall by the sword. Obviously, someone is laying waste to them, a
Mhm.
siege, a conquest. Their little ones shall be
Yes,
dashed in
yes, you're
pieces,
there. You're almost there. Okay,
and their
so this
pregnant
is
woman ripped open.
mhm. Now, based on the language there in the text, the um, because they have rebelled against their God,
No,
they
I agree
will.
with you. The city may have rebelled against God, but how about the
Yeah,
pregnant? How about the little
sure,
one is
sure.
the
We'll get to
pregnant
that. We'll
one?
get there. Sure. Let's read the text carefully. The people of Samaria must bear their guilt. We're reading Hosea chapter 13, verse 16, because they have rebelled against God. So God is going to punish them, right? Because they have rebelled.
Yes,
They will fall by the sword, and their little ones will be dashed to the ground. Is that future tense or past tense or present tense?
shall be dashed to
Is that
pieces.
future tense?
Yes.
Okay. So when someone speaks and says what will happen in the scriptures, is that a prophecy of what will happen, or is that something that already happened?
And how about you go on one more line? Go on one more line.
Oh, sure. The little ones will be dashed to the ground. It's on the screen. And their pregnant woman will be ripped open. Okay, is this something that already happened, or is this something that God is predicting will happen?
He's saying that the entire city will be destroyed here.
So is that
There
something
will
that's
be.
being
So you're
predicted? You're not
telling me
answering my
that at
question.
no point you're
Answer
telling
my
me that
question,
there's
please.
no. Listen to me first.
Answer my question, please. Is this something that already happened? Is he describing what already happened, or is he describing what will happen in the future?
In the future.
Okay, thank you. That wasn't hard. What did you want to say?
So are you telling me that there will be no point in the city in the city state itself where there will be no little ones and there will be no pregnant ones to be ripped
No,
open
I'm
and eaten
saying
in
that this is
pieces?
a prediction of the future. And it wasn't the Israelite army that was predicted to do these atrocities.
I never
It
said it
was,
was the Israelite
hold on,
army.
hold
All I
on,
said
hold on.
was God ordained it.
Well, God created everything from nothing. So everything that
And God
happens,
created us the way we
hold on,
are
hold
because
on,
he
hold on,
punished us.
hold on. Now you're dealing with another topic. Okay, we're talking about this here. God, everything that happens when you read the newspaper, you can say God ordained it. Right, because it happened. So just because something happened, if you want to attach it to God's sovereignty and say, well, God is responsible, so be it. You win. Okay. But this is God telling through the prophet Hosea what is the fate of the country of Samaria. Okay, God knows what's going to happen in the future. This was not the Israeli army. This was the Babylonian or the Assyrian army. I can't remember which one of the two. Wicked. This is what they would do to people when they sacked their cities, when they attacked other nations. This is one of their practices. Go research the Assyrian army, the ancient Assyrian army, and some of the atrocities, some of the torture methods that they would use when they captured victims, women, children. They would skin you alive in some instances. So this was a very dangerous regime, and God is going to allow this regime. He's going to allow them to punish the Sumerians. That was one of the ways that God punished nations, by allowing more wicked nations, more wicked than they are, to destroy them. He could have stopped the Babylonian army from doing this, you're right, but he did not. Okay. What did you think this passage meant?
Exactly as it meant.
Exactly what I just said, or did
No,
something different?
exactly as it meant, that he will
Right.
allow the Babylonians to
Yes.
dash the little ones and rip their pregnant women open
Yes. Yes.
because
God
they
allows evil. Yes. Did you know that? That's why
and
he allows atheism.
he
He
ordained
allows
it.
atheism. He allows rape. He allows
He ordained it.
murder. Who ordained it? Well, that's
He
a different
ordained it.
question. What
He
I,
he ensured that these pregnant women will have
he
their
did
bodies
not
ripped
stop the
open.
Babylonians. You are correct. He did not stop them for what they in their hearts already wanted to do. Correct.
Yes, so I'm assuming the baby that's still inside the mother's womb there,
Mhm.
that's all in their heart too.
So do you blame God or do you blame the Babylonians?
I blame that the claim is false. There's no such thing as a
You,
god to begin with.
we're back to no such thing as a God now. Well, let's pretend there is a God, since you're talking about the God of the Bible and his actions. So don't play the no such thing as a God now, that I'm asking you questions and asking and getting you to think for the first time,
This is
perhaps in your life.
hilarious.
Do
This
you
is
blame
hilarious.
God or do you blame the Babylonians or the Assyrians for the atrocities that they were already committing to other nations, including the Israelites?
How about this? If God exists, I blame him for that.
Okay, so you would blame God, me too, because I'm in the reform camp. That God has a purpose for allowing this evil. It's not just evil that is
It's
arbitrary.
unnecessary evil. It is
That
arbitrary. It is
he's allowing it
unnecessary.
for. Well, yeah, you could say that because you don't know the reason, but there is a good reason why he allows it. We just
So what
don't
is a
know it.
good reason? Tell me what is a good
I
reason.
just said we just don't know it.
Of course we don't know it.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
don't.
of course. That's
So why
always
does
the
he?
excuse.
Well, why does he allow atheism? That's a worse evil than killing babies.
LOL. What
Yes,
makes atheism so
that's
evil
a
to
worse
you?
because you kill babies too. You kill babies and you state sanction it. That's worse than what the Assyrians were doing. At least they waited till wartime. You
We
kill
did.
babies during peacetime.
Let me ask you this: if a woman is pregnant and they can't survive if they give pregnant, should we allow that to go through?
Now you're talking about abortion. Boy, you're all over the place, liberal.
Hey, this is part
Uh,
of the abortion process.
uh-huh.
This is part of the abortion debate. Did we not say we were talking about abortion here?
No, where's your verse on abortion?
All right, let's talk about Numbers 5 then here real quick then.
Okay, Numbers 5.
Let's go through
Let's get
Numbers
all right.
5. So part of Numbers 5 is all a man needs is a spirit to go into him. Well, we're not even there yet. So let's start from the beginning here. All
Uh-huh.
that's required for this this specific practice to occur is if a man feels jealousy towards his
Yes.
wife. He doesn't
Okay,
need
but before
evidence.
we go to
All he
Numbers
needs,
5, before we go to Numbers 5, do you understand why Christians at least do not have a problem with God allowing even Hitler to exist in the reform camp? Do you understand why we are
why don't you
okay
tell
with
me?
God
Why don't
allowing
you tell
evil?
me? Why don't you just tell me?
Yes. Okay. Because we trust God and we trust that him allowing this evil, he could stop all evil and just provide everyone with a plan, and they have no freedom to choose anything other than him. He could have done it that way, but he didn't. And we believe he did it this
Wait,
way for a
he did though.
reason.
He did though. But he
No,
did
he
though.
didn't. Only for the elect,
Just
not for
think about
you.
this. If you don't in the Old Testament, if you don't obey God, He will destroy you.
Mhm.
Why don't He
Not
do it
no,
now?
not everyone. Not
Why
everyone that
don't He do it
disobeyed
now?
God was
If in the
destroyed.
Old Testament, if you disobey God, He will destroy you. Why does
Not
He not do it
everyone.
now?
Not everyone. He had
Well, He
mercy on
destroyed
many.
Samaria.
He had mercy on several people in the Old Testament.
Well, He did that. How about the flood then? He destroyed everyone except for a family of 6. Apparently, those are
Okay,
the
that's not
only
everyone.
people that are innocent. Apparently,
Because
only
no
the
one
Old
was
Testament.
innocent. No one was innocent.
Then why did He spare the non just Moses then?
Because Noah was the
Or
only
Noah?
one
Noah.
who found favor in God's eyes. Everyone
Oh,
else
so
was
he
wicked.
arbitrarily finds favor in someone's eye. Doesn't did my
No, it's not
what does the
arbitrary. He
punishment?
already knows. How is it arbitrary when he knows everything you're thinking?
Oh yeah, he knows everything, but he's going to create this world where there's so many errors, there's so many things that can go wrong. He could have created a world where none of that existed.
Well, that's the
That still
problem you
gives you
have.
free will. That
You
still
have
gives
that
you free
problem.
will.
That's the issue you have. You have to suggest that God should not have created a world in which atheists would exist. That's your
LOL, you're
world. That's your
hilarious.
argument.
You are
My
hilarious.
argument is that he did create a world in
My
which the
argument is
worst of
God
all
doesn't exist to
evils would
begin with.
exist in order so that they may work out for the good. So, seeing all the contingencies that are possible, he chose a world in which evil would occur, but it would ultimately lead to the best of all worlds. You're saying that this world, um, it should have existed. God should have created a world in which evil would not be possible, could never be actualized. That is probably more along the lines of what liberals are trying to do here in the United States by creating some type of utopian society, which God never intended to create. Instead, he created a world in which people would fall and make
LOL,
mistakes
heaven
and sin.
literally is supposed to be that utopian
In the
society.
end, when Christ returns, that's when the utopian
Yes, so
society.
billions and trillions of people go to hell just so that a few can uh, have salvation.
Mhm. So
That is
you're
the perfect
suggesting he
plan.
he
That is
shouldn't.
the perfect plan for
Yeah,
trillions of people to go to
I'm.
hell just for
I'm.
God to have a few people
Yeah,
who
I'm.
worship
I'm.
Him
I wish
for
you
the
had
rest of
all of. I wish
eternity.
you had all of the converging
For the rest
factors.
of eternity.
I
You
wish you had
you will
more than
burn in
five.
hell for the rest of eternity.
Okay,
Trillions of
you're
people just
bloviating now.
for a few people to survive.
I wish you had more than five, perhaps six contingencies or factors. Or all you're doing is making a decision based off of the limited information you have and trying to force your decision based off of limited information onto a God e- e- who has eternal, whose knowledge is infinite.
Hell, you haven't even proved a
It's
God
a
exists.
category error.
You
It's
haven't
like
even
going to
proved.
court and saying, Your Honor, I have exhibit A, and then the judge saying, well, there's 26 different exhibits. So how can you make a rightful judgment based off of exhibit A when the judge knows and everyone else knows that there is exhibit A through Z? You've only seen exhibit A. You've only seen exhibit A. How can you judge a God who knows the beginning from the end, who knows A to Z? It's
Well,
a
first of all,
category error.
you
You
have
know
to
what a
prove that
category
God
mistake
exists
is?
first. You have to prove that God exists first.
Okay, now I have to prove that God exists. Okay, all right. So
Exactly.
let's go back to Numbers 5.
All
Okay,
right, let's go back to Numbers
now
5 here.
Numbers 5. To conclude your first Bible blunder, when God gives a prophecy to Hosea and tells you that, hey, because you're a wicked country, I'm going to allow China to overrun you in the market. I'm going to allow China to steal intellectual property from you. I'm going to punish your nation. Sure, it's not by killing the firstborn like he did to the Egyptians. That was rather harsh, God. But yes, he does allow other nations to conquer other nations, to punish those nations. And God, being sovereign and being in control, knows that this is good. We don't necessarily know, not having all contingency factors or being aware of all contingencies. We don't know what God is doing. We don't see the ripple effect, 40 million ripples down the road or down the lake like God does. You remember the butterfly effect? Remember that movie?
This is
That movie was very
hilarious.
instructive for
This is
atheists.
hilarious. Anything God does
You-
is good, even if it's the worst thing in the world.
because we don't know what it's going to do
Of
in the long
course,
run.
even if it's the
Would
worst
would
thing in the
killing Hitler
world.
be bad? Would killing Hitler as a baby, would that have been a bad thing to do?
I don't believe in preemptive uh, actions like that. But if he was a
Mhm,
god, maybe he should have.
mhm. Okay, so at the
I,
time,
I would have
okay,
been.
okay, perfect. So at the time when Hitler was killed, you would have been screaming, "God is evil." But now you're here saying, after foresight, you're saying, well, that might have been the right thing for God to do. Why? Because you have foresight,
Again,
not
if
foresight because
God
it happened
exists,
already.
you haven't
You're
even
you're
proved that
speak
God
so
exists yet.
imagine
You
God making
haven't
a
even
decision.
proved that he
Hold on.
existed yet.
Imagine God making that decision knowing what Hitler would do. You already know what Hitler would do. So at this point, you're okay with it. But when God does it, or if you have done it in 19 whatever, you would not be okay with it. You see the difference between a finite and an infinite being when it comes to decision making. You
LOL.
cannot judge a God that is infinite and infinitely aware with a finite mind. It's
To
impossible.
begin with, you have to prove he exists before you can even do that.
You would have to exist for,
You have
yes,
to
you'd have to
prove that
be
he
eternal.
exists
Yeah.
first.
You would have to be eternal to judge an eternal God. Amen. Yes.
Wow, that's circular
Otherwise, you're
reasoning
committing
there.
a
That is
category
circular
error.
reasoning there.
Otherwise, you commit the category error. Okay.
That is a circular reason there. You made a definition for a God that can't be falsified. So now that God apparently exists in your mind because he can't be falsified.
Well, God cannot be falsified in of himself. Yes, but he does provide things, predictions about the real world that
Like
can
what?
be
Tell me what
falsified.
prediction here. Tell me what prediction.
Well, he predicts. He predicted. You just went over one in Hosea chapter 13. The Assyrian army would sack the Sumerians, and that happened in real history. I could show you on
Yes, yes.
history.com.
They
Okay,
predicted a mundane
and
claim.
and scholars have determined that that was an actual practice of the Assyrians. They've found evidence that they did, in fact, would literally cut the pregnant woman's womb and take the baby out and throw him on the ground. That is literally what they would do when they went into cities. And that's what happened, exactly as the prophet prophesied would happen.
All
Okay.
right.
So
So the
so that's
prophet
how
made
God proves himself.
so the prophet made a mundane claim that the Assyrian would conquer Samaria,
Mhm.
as the Assyrian has
And
been
dash the
conquering
babies
nations
against the stone.
throughout the history. It,
Mhm. Yeah,
the
I would
prophet made a mundane claim based
yeah.
on things that he knows happens already, and it
Uh-huh.
happens because it was a
Yeah.
mundane claim that Syrian has been conquering nations before that prophecy has even been
Mhm.
prophesied.
Yeah, yeah. So you could say it's mundane, but the fact
Because
of the
it is
matter is,
mundane.
it hasn't been. It came to life. It came true.
It
So
came true because they
when
have
we
been
say
doing it
when
since the
when
founding
we
of
say that
Syria.
the prophecies are 100% accurate, we're not saying that all prophecies are as precise or as explicit or detailed as you might get in the Tyra
All right, let's
prophecy.
talk about Tyre then.
No,
I
no,
haven't
no,
even
no,
looked at
no, no,
Tyre,
no.
but
We're not going to go to Tyre yet.
let's talk about Tyre.
Okay. So yes, some of the prophecies are mundane. Who cares? We have thousands of them to fish through. None of them you'll be able to prove have been proven false. All right.
All
So
right, let's go
let's
to
go to
Tyre then.
numbers.
Let's go to Tyre real quick since you
No,
mentioned
no,
Tyre.
no, no. We're going to go to numbers 5. You brought up
All right.
numbers 5.
So
Okay.
talk to me about how moral this practice is. But let me start with the practice here. So a man can bring his wife to this priest if he thinks that his wife is cheating. He just needs to think. He doesn't need evidence at all. He just needs to have this inspiration to point him whether she cheated or not. It doesn't matter. Is that true or not?
Yes, Moses, because the man had no evidence that the woman was being unfaithful, Moses required the man to prove it. He required the man could not, or the husband could not just discard his wife arbitrarily without physical evidence, without some way to substantiate her infidelity. Remember, so you're right. If he had, the scripture says, if he had a spirit of jealousy, meaning he probably made it up, but he feels as though she's being unfaithful. That was very rare in the ancient times, especially in the ancient Near East. But most likely, and Moses probably figured this out. I don't think he needed the Holy Spirit to figure this out. Most likely, the men were making up the accusations in order to get rid of the wife so that they can replace her with someone else, the woman down the road, right? So Moses says, no, can't just throw her out, can't just discard her. She'll become destitute, poor, and have to prostitute herself in order to survive. You must take her to the priest, and you must prove that she committed adultery through this ritual. You are correct. Yes.
All right, but the wife has no say in whether or not she wants to conduct the ritual, right?
Um, I would think she would want to go if she were innocent. If someone were falsely accusing you, you would be glad to go to court to prove your innocence. So I would say common sense would dictate that she would want to prove her innocence. If she were innocent, if she were guilty, then you might have to force her. She probably would resist at that point.
I would agree with you if I want to prove my innocence. I would do that too. But let's go on a little bit more. Then we'll understand why I asked you that question here.
Well, you're speculating, so if you're going to speculate, I can speculate along with you in the opposite direction.
I'm just saying we'll go back to that question once we see here a little bit here.
Mhm.
All right. So when the priest gives the woman this potion here, it's going to curse her, right?
If she's guilty, she would be cursed. Correct.
All right. So what's part of that ritual to require that requires an act of God, does it not?
Yes. Yes, you figured it
So,
out. Most
God is
atheists don't figure it
so
out. I have to give
God
you
is
credit.
in this instance, he is willfully playing with free will here. Then,
What?
if it takes an act of God to determine whether this woman is to curse this woman, does that not take away her free will?
Wait, she already used her free will to go out and commit adultery. What do you mean?
In regards to what's going to happen to her body afterward.
Oh no, God can curse you if you commit a sin and you commit adultery. God could curse you either one of two ways. He can supernaturally curse you, and you would be due that penalty, or he can allow a physical curse to come upon you like AIDS. That's what happened to the gays in the 80s.
LOL, that is hilarious. Okay.
Hmm. So you still have a problem with numbers 5?
Yes, I do. We'll continue
Okay.
here.
So you have a problem with Moses setting up a ritual to
We're
protect
not
women
done yet.
from
We're
false
not done with
accusations.
number 5. All
So
right.
so
So
you
this
have
curse
a
is going
hold,
to
hold on. Let me
destroy.
ask you let me ask this question. So you have a problem then with Moses setting up a ritual to protect women from false accusations. That's how far we've gotten so far. You have a problem with that?
I have a problem with the results of the ritual, the false
If they were
ritual.
guilty, you have a problem with the result?
Yes.
Why?
You
If women
destroy a
are
woman's reproductive system.
That's their punishment.
Well, how about a man's infidelity? Why does a man does not have any
God may
punishment?
have other ways to punish the man, but one of the punishments for infidelity was barrenness, meaning you would not be able to have children
It's
because
not
of
just not
your
having children; it's destroying your reproductive system. So let me ask you: if a woman's reproductive
destroying your
system,
reproductive. Okay.
If a
Yeah,
woman's
you're not allowed to have children
if a
if you're
woman's
going to
reproductive
be
system is
yeah,
destroyed
if you're
while
going to
she's pregnant,
practice adultery and whoredom, yes, God will stop you from reproducing. That was one of the curses, punishments.
but
Sure.
how about males infidelity then? Why are males
Men,
not destroyed? Not their reproductive system not destroyed
well,
then?
they're put to death if it's another man's wife, especially, it could be put to death.
Well,
So I think
how
I'd
about if
rather
it's
take the
just
woman's
how
punishment.
about he is just cheating on his wife? It doesn't have to be another man's wife.
Well, see, Moses is not dealing here with what you might consider to be a society in which women are coming forward
Oh, I
saying,
get it. I get it.
no, you don't
Moral is
get it because I
all
haven't
dependent
finished
on your
speaking.
society.
No,
Moral
no,
is
you don't.
all
No, you don't
dependent
get
on
it.
your society.
No, you don't get it
It's not
because I haven't
objective.
finished
It is
speaking.
dependent on
No,
all
wait,
parties
wait.
in
I
society.
haven't finished speaking. How do you know what I'm going to say? You don't know. Listen, women were not coming to Moses saying, I think my husband has been cheating. I want a divorce. That wasn't an issue then. Women did not, even if the husband was committing adultery, she most likely would not come forward. So that wasn't an issue to address. The issue to address then were wicked men. Moses talks about this when he writes, and he says, you have to write her a bill of divorcement. Was that God's plan for women to divorce or men to divorce their husband? No. But because men were putting away their wives, Moses says, for any other reason, no fault divorce, something you've reinvented here in the 21st century. He was saying you must write her a bill of divorcement so that she can be financially taken care of by another man. Because in that culture, a woman on her own was pretty much regulated to prostitution to survive. She could not, if she did not have a husband or a man that owned land, she would have to work for someone else or prostitute herself. So, in order to protect women from that type of destitute, from or being destitute, he implemented this system in which we would know whether or not the man's suspicions were actually genuine. That is designed to protect women, not to harm them. Why are you against Moses protecting women in this circumstance? What would you have done
I would
if this
not have
were
cursed the woman where she is now infertile, where
the
she
woman who
now
was
has the
cursed
same.
is guilty of committing adultery and spreading diseases? You think that's a good thing to commit adultery and spread diseases?
Oh, good God, this is
You don't think that
ridiculous.
should be punished?
Yes, but
In
not through
America, it
infertility.
was up
Not
until
through
a certain point.
infertility. The
In
punishment
America,
should be through that divorce. All it requires is that divorce. It does not require infertility.
well, God
She can
thinks
still have sex.
otherwise.
She can still spread disease. She can still have sex. If
God thinks otherwise. So you don't like the punishment. But adultery is
so, it
wrong,
is.
correct? Is adultery wrong?
It depends on how the relationship is set up.
Okay. And you think your morality is better than God's? You don't like the punishment that God enacts. Because in
Yes,
an
it's
ancient Near
unjust.
Eastern,
It's
but the
unjust
morality, you
to
love the
destroy a
morality.
woman's body
You
because of.
agree with is adultery wrong?
It depends on your
Is it wrong?
relationship.
It depends on your relationship.
It depends on your relationship. Hey,
Okay, and you're saying your morality is better than God's?
if you are in a polygamous relationship,
Well, then it wouldn't be considered adultery, now would it? In your eyes, it wouldn't. In God's
no, it
eyes, it
wouldn't.
would. Okay, so is adultery wrong? We're not talking about
Again, it depends
polyamorous
on
or
it depends
polygamy.
on your relationship.
We're not talking about polygamy. We're talking about a man and a woman who got married and
And if
they promised to be monogamous. They in their vows, that's what they said. And now one commits adultery. Is that right or wrong?
that would be wrong in that
Okay,
situation.
that would be wrong. The Bible agrees. You disagree with the punishment God hands out for committing the atrocity. You don't agree with the morality. In fact, your morality comes from the Bible if you live in America.
LOL, you're hilarious.
Okay, so you don't have a problem with Numbers 5.
I
You don't have
have
a
a problem with
problem
number
with
five
Numbers
because
5. You have a problem
the
with the
result
punishment God gives to adulterers. That's what
Exactly,
you have a
which is
problem with.
part of Numbers 5. So I have a
Okay.
problem with Numbers 5.
So, but the punishment that a society decides to give has nothing to do with whether or not the behavior or the act is immoral. Was it wrong for God to judge them? You're saying no. You're saying it was wrong to God to judge them the way that He did.
So the
But you're
crime
not.
should fit,
That's not dealing
the
with the
crime
morality.
should fit the punishment.
The
Destroying
crime should.
someone's body is
Who
not.
determines that? What should be the penalty for rape?
Well, apparently the Bible is you have to marry this person.
No, apparently the Bible is you die.
Are
What
you
do you
sure?
think?
Are you
What do
sure?
you think the penalty
Show me
is
in the
for rape?
Bible where
I'm not.
what verse?
Okay, I'm asking you. What do you think the penalty should be for rape, based on
This
your
person should go to jail,
how long?
depending on what the law says here.
What do the current laws say? How many years? 15,
Hey,
10?
depending on which state you are.
Depending on which state. What would you say should be the maximum or minimum? Excuse me, minimum sentence for rape.
The purpose of a punishment is so that people are able to
Don't get
atone,
on your
so that
soapbox,
people are
liberal.
able to.
I asked you a simple question. What do you think should be the limit of years you should be in jail for committing the act of rape?
In my opinion, maybe 5 years.
Okay, 5 years, ladies. You heard that? Oh, no one's listening. But do you hear that, ladies? 5 years for rape. This liberal,
Depending on
right?
how it
Okay.
goes.
So there are some punishments in the Bible. There are some laws in the Bible, some morality in the Bible, right versus wrong, that sets the punishment at a higher premium than you do when it comes to rape. So how can you look at Numbers 5 and say that's too harsh, but then look at your rape punishment and say, what, God is too harsh for killing rapists? Because that was the punishment for rape, death. That was
The
the
purpose
punishment
of
for
a
raping a girl.
punishment is for people to atone.
They can
How do you
atone in the
atone when you're
afterlife.
dead?
God
That's
puts
not
rapists
atoning.
to death. Are you
That's not
condoning
atoning.
rape?
If you're
Are
dead,
you
you can't
condoning
atone.
rape, sir, by
If
only
you're
setting the limit at 5? You're condoning rape. Did you know that?
No, I am not.
If I only have to spend 5 years in prison, hey, I might as well go after somebody famous. I'm only gonna do 5 years, according to KiKi. You're condoning rape. So,
Uh,
so the
So,
reason why
so
God puts the punishment at
point out this
death.
verse. Point out this verse where you say rape
Okay,
is equal to death, real quick.
all right, we'll get to that. Let's go back to Numbers 5. I don't want to. I don't want to get off of Numbers 5.
No, no,
What?
no, no. Since you were bringing this up, let's go ahead and give me this verse. Letting me give me saying that rape equals death here, real quick.
Let me see if I can find it for you. Okay. Um, but what's also instructive about Numbers 5, those of you who KiKi doesn't seem to hold to that interpretation, but those of you who may hold to the interpretation that this has to deal with pregnant women, okay, there are no pregnant women in the passage,
I
right?
never
And
said
no, I didn't say
specifically
you.
pregnant
I didn't
woman.
say you. I actually said that this is not KiKi's position, or at least he hasn't expressed that. Okay, but this is the opinion of many atheists on the internet. All right, it's instructive to actually read other translations. The NIV is the only translation, one out of, I counted at least 30 translations, that uses the word miscarry. Okay, which would indicate that a child is being discarded or lost. All right, but nothing can be further from the truth when you look at the context and the actual Hebrew. It The curse was her not being able to produce children in the future, not that she would lose a child she currently had. And if you want to make the assumption that pregnant women were coming up and men were bringing pregnant women up to have to take this potion, then we can also assume, which is not in the text, we can also assume that if she was pregnant, that the elders of the town, and the husband would forego the exam or the test until she wasn't pregnant anymore, so that she would not lose the baby that she currently had. Okay, so if
is
the atheist
is
is going
God
to assume,
perfectly is does God have a complete wisdom here?
yes, because he's punishing only those women
So
who are.
why doesn't he
You asked me a
specify that in the
question and then you
Bible?
cut me off when I answered and tried to answer. Yes, because he's the only one that knows, and the woman, whether or not, and the one man she cheated with, whether or not she's guilty. So he's only punishing those who are actually guilty. We don't have that knowledge. This was a perfect. I could not have thought of a better a test of adultery than to let God figure it out. Because if a man is going to figure it out, he could be wrong. His suspicions can be wrong. He could punish an innocent woman, and then of course the punishment would be lashes or something like that, like a corporal type of beating. But if you put it in God's hands, he's never going to make a mistake. So everyone who got punished and their belly swelled and their thigh rotted away, meaning they weren't allowed, this is an idiom for barrenness, deserved it because they were guilty. Go ahead.
All right. So if God is so wise, why didn't he specify that that pregnant woman can't be tested?
I think he common sense would dictate, hey, this woman is already
Oh,
pregnant.
oh,
Let's not.
gotcha, gotcha.
Yeah, yeah.
All right.
So if you're going
Common
to
sense.
assume and if you're going to assume one way, then I
Of
can
course,
assume in the
of
opposite
course.
direction.
Make it ambiguous. Make it ambiguous so that
Just
so
like
that
you did when you
anyone can
assumed that
determine
pregnant
what.
women were coming up. Just like you
All I
did when
said
you
was
assumed.
you only have
Yeah,
two scenarios here. Either the woman's pregnant or not pregnant.
right. And if she's pregnant, you assume that the man would bring her up. That's an assumption.
Well,
I can
the
also
man can
assume in
have
the op-
jealousy
I can also
before
assume I can
the
also
man can have
assume in the
jealousy
opposite
before that
I
though.
can also assume in the opposite direction on the pendulum in the opposite direction that they would say no, don't bring her up, right?
But what I'm saying here is the Bible doesn't specify. Why in God's perfect wisdom did he not clarify that?
I think common sense dictates it. See, the God doesn't have to say everything that our brains that he gave us brains to think and reason and rationalize these things out. He
You're right.
gave us
God just
judges,
tells us don't eat
he gave
shellfish.
us
He doesn't
leaders,
specify it there.
elders, he gave us people that can adjudicate. The Bible calls them judges, and we can figure these things out. God doesn't have to spell out every single thing. If he did, then there wouldn't be a book large enough to hold all of that information.
You're right, but God just specified don't eat shellfish. Apparently, that one's a deserve a specific call out there.
Yeah, yeah, because God was separating his people from the people of the ancient Near East because he didn't want them eating the same things, wearing the same clothes. Sort of like today when I would say Christians should be separate from the world. And if someone is wearing skinny jeans, we encourage uh, the the youth not to dress that way. Not because there's anything intrinsically wrong with skinny jeans, intrinsically evil about skinny jeans. Although a man should not be wearing pants that tight, but because we don't want our children looking like the world. So that's what many of those ceremonial laws, civil laws were about. They
That's
were not
funny. That is
moral
funny.
laws.
God doesn't want us to eat what the other people are eating, but He allows lamb, He allows wheat, He allows barley, things that every other civilization eat as well. That's funny. All right, now let's go to that rape
Mhm.
scenario that you mentioned earlier.
Yes,
So
right,
do the
and that was
honors.
done. And that was done. And why was that done? Only to make a distinction between them and us. That's the only reason why it was done. He didn't want them wearing certain clothes, right? Because he didn't want them looking like the children of um, Molech or the children of
Nope, but he
Dagon.
couldn't say don't let pregnant women take these drinks. That's funny.
I think that's self-explanatory. I mean,
That's
if
funny. All right, so let's
I
go
think
to
that's
your rape. Let's
self-explanatory.
go to your rape situation here real quick.
And even if a pregnant woman took the drink, there's no evidence that that would have caused the current pregnancy to be dissolved. Remember, this is a supernatural act. not a chemical reaction. If it
Oh
were a
man,
chemical,
he
hold
believes
on,
in signs, guys. He
hold
believes in
on. Wait a
signs.
minute,
The
wait a minute,
supernatural
wait a
fact. He
minute,
believes in
wait. You're
signs, fella.
forgetting. Wait a minute, hold on. Let me get my point across. If it were a chemical reaction, meaning that regardless of who took it, whether they were innocent or guilty, there could be some harm done to the body, then I would see your point. But if God is the one that is controlling the curse or the blessing, because remember, if she were found innocent, she would be blessed with more children, right? If you keep reading the text. So the curse was no children, barrenness. If she were innocent, she would be vindicated. One, her reputation would be restored, and she would be blessed with children. All right. So if God is the one controlling the curse or the not to be cursed, then her being pregnant is irrelevant
All right, so
because
why
she
so
if she
why
if
don't
she's
we
innocent, she doesn't lose the baby
so why don't
because
we do
God
this?
is the one controlling the curse.
So
He's the
why don't
one
we
allowing
so
the
why don't
curse.
we do this anymore then? If this is the perfect way to
Why
do
don't
it,
we do this? Because we have lie detector tests now.
but lie detector tests are actually trash.
They are. They're about 85%, but they're better than
They're
nothing.
significantly less than
God
that.
is 100%. You don't have a test to read people's minds. God is the only one that knew the mind of the adulterer, and he's therefore is the only one that can rightly judge. You could not think of a better system. In fact, you can't think of a better system. It's a
Yes, to
hundred
ruin a
percent
woman's
accurate.
reproductive system,
A
of
hundred
course.
percent accurate. There are no
To
innocent
ruin a
women
woman's
going.
reproductive system for sure. All right, so
Yes, yes.
Deuteronomy 22,
Deuteronomy 22. What about it?
28 to 29. If a man meets a virgin who is not betrothed and seizes her and lies with her, and they are found, then the man who lay with her shall give to the father of the young woman 50 shekels of silver, and she shall be his wife because he has violated her. He may not
Yes.
divorce her all of his days.
Uh huh. What's wrong? That's a great
This
thing.
is this
I
is literally
wish
that
this.
rape situation that we're talking about.
Where did you see rape? Where did you see the word rape? You didn't even read the word rape.
Seizes and lies with her. You don't seize someone if you're not raping someone.
Oh, is that right? No. That word sees there. Look it up in the Hebrew. Okay, that word simply is more akin to a young boy seducing a young woman, and we know what that means. So she didn't really want to do it. It was all his fault. And if you're a father, you know what I'm talking about. You're gonna blame the boy. So that word seizes there is not holding her down and raping. There's another word for that type of interaction between a man and a woman. And then when that happens, the Bible says when she screams out, and therefore she's being raped, and therefore it's not consensual, the boy is put to death. The man is put to death.
So tell me which verse and which chapter that is then.
Um, yeah, let me get you. Yeah, there is two type. The seizing there doesn't mean rape. Okay. But the atheists will jump to that conclusion. I don't know why, but
All right, just bring me
uh,
the other verse if you're so confident about that one.
Deuteronomy 22, verses 23 to 27. All right. If a man happens to meet in a town a virgin pledged to be married and he sleeps with her, they both shall be stoned. Okay. The young woman will be stoned. This is Deuteronomy 22, verses 23 to 27. She's a virgin, but she's supposed to be married to someone else. She knows she did it. She wanted it. He wanted it. Both of them are put to death.
LOL, that's
Okay.
funny. Death for sexual intercourse.
Yes, for adultery. It's a serious thing before penicillin. Okay. So the young woman
That
was
is
to, was to
hilarious.
was to be put to
I
death.
can't.
Well, it's reality, dude. They're talking about 5,000 years ago before you can run to the clinic and say, she must have been with someone else. No, it didn't work that way. You died, sir.
Oh man,
You
such
can
great
die from
morality there.
bacterial
Great
infections back
morality
then,
there.
sir.
Man, what
Did
a
you know
superior
that,
morality.
sir?
Death
Did
for
you know
adultery.
that you could die from bacterial infections before
Death
penicillin?
from
Did you know that?
adultery. That is hilarious, man.
5,000 years ago. So you're committing a presentism fallacy. God was trying to protect humanity. One plague, one bacterial infection in the water could wipe out 25,000 men. That's what the scripture says about the plague of Peor. That did not include the men or the women and children. So probably 2-3 times that amount. So this isn't a game, sir. This isn't the 21st century, sir. So yes, the penalties were a lot harsher for these types of behaviors. And God says that you're supposed to be an example for the rest of the nations because
That
they
is
were going to kill
hilarious.
themselves.
That
They were
is
going to
hilarious.
eventually
Morality
die
depends
of
on your
AIDS.
culture. Morality depends on your culture and time, and not.
No,
That's hilarious.
the punishment, you're making the same error. The punishment can be harsher depending on certain cultures and times. But the morality is the same. Even you admitted it, adultery is wrong. That's your
The punishment
morality agreeing
should
with the
not.
Bible's morality. You just disagree with the punishment. And I believe, in my opinion, the punishment should be harsher in a society in which you could wipe out the entire society if one whore decides she wants to commit adultery and sleep with 5 men. Okay.
If,
So, yeah, I think the punishment should be because the stakes are a lot higher in a society, an ancient society that doesn't have advanced medicine and modern science to help support us in
well,
our
let me ask you: if a
atrocities
man
and behaviors. Yeah.
if a man slept with a virgin that's not betrothed,
Okay. All right. So we're there. We're
what would happen then?
If a man slept with a virgin that wasn't betrothed or engaged,
Yep.
he had to marry her because the responsibility now would be his to take care of her and her children if she had any.
Oh,
So you could not
so the
just
woman,
impregnate a
so the
woman.
woman now cannot
Yeah,
cannot dispute that she can't say
she
no.
wasn't disputing it when she was in the bed with him. Okay.
Well, how do you know? How do you
She
know?
wasn't disputing it then. Now, if well, we'll get to that. But listen. If they're out of the country and the man happens to meet a young woman that's pledged to be married and he rapes her, there it is rape. Why didn't you mention rape here? You tried to turn seizing into rape, but when the text clearly says rape, you just ignore it. Okay, only the man who has done this shall die. So what's the punishment for rape, sir? What's the punishment for rape? You said
I
five
didn't
years. What does the Bible say?
I didn't see that part. I admit I'm wrong here.
Okay.
At least
So the
I can admit
punish
I'm wrong.
Okay, so the punishment for rape, because God loves women and children, unlike liberals today who say 5 years, the punishment was death if you raped a woman, because the woman was supposed to be protected and she was supposed to be married as a virgin. That prevented diseases from spreading like wildfire. What do you think AIDS would have done to the ancient Near East? It would have wiped out all of humanity. You wouldn't be here today if God just allowed people to date until they're 30. You wouldn't be here. You know how many diseases, and then let alone bestiality and all the other things that were occurring? Yeah, the punishment should be death in that situation, I would say. I hope you would agree with me. But if back to the woman where you're saying, okay, no one, she's committed a sin worthy of death, right? Do nothing to the woman. She's committed no sin deserving of death. The case is like if someone attacks a murderous neighbor, for the man is found with a young woman in the country. Um, and though the patrolled woman screamed, there was no one there to rescue her. Okay, all right. So we believe that this text is actually protecting women and children rather than harming women through rape. Who told you that this text had anything to do with rape? Where did you learn that?
Hey, I made a mistake. I'm willing to admit that.
Okay, all right,
But
Veckel.
unlike you though.
I'm willing to listen to anything you have for me. Now let's go to Tyre.
All right, let's go to Tyre.
I had a show planned today, but I'm postponing what I was going to talk about today, which was the Jude 3 project, to entertain you,
All
because
right.
there has been, I would say, an infiltration of men, or there is overrepresentation of men who have not been taught how to read the Bible, and no one ever answered these questions for them when they were a little boy, and then they grow up to be atheists on the internet. Okay, because no one ever sat them down and do what I'm doing with you today.
I'm
Okay.
sorry if you believe in a morally bankrupt book.
Well, so far you're 0 for 2.
I'm
Okay.
not sure about that.
You were wrong.
It's
You just
it's an
admitted you were wrong
injustice
about the
to
rape.
destroy a woman's body
Okay.
because of
You
infidelity.
Why is she
It
committing
is
infidelity?
injustice to force a woman to marry a man just because she made one mistake.
How do you know she doesn't want to be married?
How
That's
do
your
you know she
assumption.
does?
Because
First
she
of all,
slept with the man.
you can sleep with a man one time and still find out that that's not the one for you.
Oh, okay. Well, look, sir, it wasn't like that in the ancient Near East. Okay, women weren't that loose. If a woman slept with you, it's because she wanted to have your children. Okay, we're not too far removed from that. I know we're in 2022, but maybe 30 years ago, that might have been the case with some women. I know you live in an age in which you can't even find a wife right now because they're all whores. I'm sorry, but
I'm
that's not
sorry,
how
I
the
am
women were
engaged.
back
I
then.
am engaged. I'm sorry about that.
That's not
I
how
am
the women
engaged.
were. There's no such thing as an engagement. Get married. That's not how the women were back then. The women back
So
then were chaste. If
so
they
if
had
you are
sex with
betrothed,
you,
betrothed it's the same thing as engaged. It means that you haven't
yeah.
married yet. You're engaged. So there is still a thing in as engaged back then.
No, 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 no.
Betrothed doesn't mean that you are married yet.
The engagements were more so um, what we might call courting. Okay, so they didn't date and have premarital sex like you and I bet your fiance were doing. Okay, they courted each other. They went to parties, bar mitzvahs. They went to other weddings together, family events. They courted each other for a year, and then after that year, they would get married. That's what it meant to be betrothed. Okay, it meant that you promised to marry her. Okay. Nowadays, you could promise to marry a woman, and then 10 years later, you're still engaged. How long have you been engaged?
About 2 years now.
Oh my goodness, where is she? Where is she at? Put her on the phone. No, I'm just kidding. 2 years? Why are you afraid to marry this woman? What are you
We
waiting?
plan on this summer.
Oh, you're waiting for the
No,
it's
we
already
are
been two
planning for the
summers.
summer.
It's already been 2 summers. How many summers is it gonna take?
We already
Are you
made a
gonna wait?
commitment for this summer.
Are you gonna wait until she gets pregnant?
You are hilarious.
Okay, so in the ancient Near East, and under the Mosaic law, under God's law, you would not be allowed to do that to a woman. Okay, that would be considered abuse.
It's also her choice here.
Yeah, and she would never choose to be in that situation.
I
She would call the
mean,
elders on you. She would call the elders on you and say, "Look, this man has been betrothed. Me, I've been betrothed for 2 years. 2 years betrothed." And she would go crazy. She would not want to be in that type of environment. She would want to be married in a family, protected in a household. Okay, so that's the difference between the ancient Near East and your culture. Okay, let's try another one. That's not going to work. Protecting women from rape, protecting women from false accusations, you agree with, and you also agree that um, Moses should have. You do agree that Moses should have protected the women, right, from false accusations.
yes,
Yeah.
but the
Okay.
practice in itself is barbaric.
But
The
but the
practice
people who
in
were
itself
guilty,
isn't just. The results of it is immoral.
but the people who were guilty, you're saying that they
That's
should not have
assuming
been cursed that way.
that is assuming that the ritual even works. We have no
It
proof
did
that
work
it
because it
works.
was God behind it, remember?
We don't even have evidence that he existed. We haven't even proved
Okay,
that
we're
he
back
existed.
to
You
look.
can't you can't say something definitely occur unless you can at least have proof that he existed.
Okay, all right. So now I have to prove that God exists. Well, we're assuming God exists, and if God exists, the ritual would have been 100% accurate. It would have worked 100% of the time. Therefore, the women who cheated, I believe, got what they deserved. You're saying that it's a too harsh of a punishment, therefore immoral. The punishment is immoral, not the rule of adultery, because you agree that adultery is wrong. All right. So what else? That's two. Let's go to the third one now. How is your morality better than God's? No, it's my turn now. It's
All
my
right.
turn now. Okay, so we know that the Bible does not condone abortion. Okay, we didn't. The Bible does not condone a human being killing an innocent unborn child.
We already read the passage where God ordained it to happen.
God ordained it to happen. God ordained everything to happen, including you being in this room right now. So you're not moving the proverbial ball forward by throwing the obligatory God ordained it, decreed it. Big deal.
Yes, but
He
God never said
decreed
his words.
atheism. Should he
He
not have
said it.
decreed it?
All right. Let's go
Should,
with
no. It's my turn. You had two chances. You're at two strikes now. I'll let you come back and strike out. But I would like to know: can you explain the morality? Now remember, now we're gonna jump into your worldview. So God doesn't exist just for this exercise. Okay. So no. What about Godism? Can't do that. All right. Um, Jefferson Spatchcock tried to do that. I was about to play him doing that or attempting to, but before you came in. All right. So God doesn't exist. We're atheists. I believe I am pro-life. You are pro-choice. Explain to me in what situation do you believe abortion should be legal other than in the cases of rape, incest, and the life or fear of the life or prognosis, not a diagnosis, but the doctor's prognosis that the woman could lose her life or there's a chance that she could lose her life. If there's no chance she could lose her life, no rape or incest. Give me
wait. Let me ask you. Why do you have to preface those three items then?
I eliminate those from the equation because most atheists will cowardly try to leverage the 1% of cases as proof or as a reason to why we should allow the 99% of cases of abortion. So I take that out of the equation so that's not done, so that you don't dishonestly try to leverage
Well, where did you get
the
that stat
exception
from?
as the
Where did
rule.
you get that stat from?
Where'd I get the what from?
So 99%, that's not because of that.
It's 1 to 3% would be caused by this is according to Pew Research. 1 to 3% are the reasons for abortion are rape, incest, and the life or the complications of the mother.
And where did you get that stat?
Pew Research. I'll grant you 10%.
Do you have that on you right now?
No,
That stat?
I'll grant you 10%. Justify the other 90%. According to your morality, why is it okay for I can't grant you 10% because that's ridiculous. 95%. Why are the other 95% of abortion cases? Why is it okay for a woman to have the right to kill an unborn human being or human? Why is that okay?
Let me ask you, do you have the right to, or does anyone have the right to your kidney?
If I put them there in my kidney, they do have a right to it if I'm responsible, if I'm the reason why they're in my kidney or using my or in my belly, I guess you would say, for the pregnant woman. If I'm responsible for that being, being in my belly, if it was something that I did, I wasn't raped, not no incest, remember, then yes, they have the right to be there because I put them there and I made them dependent upon me to no fault of their own.
And
What say your religion?
say it one
What
more
say
time.
your morality? What say your morality? That's what the Bible teaches. What say your morality?
So for me, it's that woman's choice. She has that choice to do what's best for her.
She has a choice to place another being in her body and then kill it because it's in her body. That's
That's
your argument?
no.
That's what you just said. I'm drawing what you said to its logical conclusion.
She didn't
She
place that being in her
she
body.
did place it there. She had sex knowing there's a possibility she would get pregnant.
Yes, and if it puts her in a situation where she can't take care of the baby, or if it puts her in a situation where she can't survive with the baby, it is her choice.
What do you mean survive? We've already eliminated that as a possibility. She is healthy. The baby is healthy. The doctor is the prognosis is 100% certain that she would be come out healthy and the baby come out healthy. We've already taken that off the table. I knew you would try to go back. A dog always goes back to its vomit. I knew you would try to go to the 1 to 3% of cases. We're talking about the 95% of cases. No abortion
Like I
or
said,
no incest rape.
is she going to be able to take care of the baby afterward? Does she
Sure.
feel that she is able to?
Okay.
Most of
Okay.
the
So
cases,
financial. All right. Financial reasons. You're saying that one of the reasons, other than incest, rape, and etc., is financial. She cannot take care of the child financially. That's one. Okay. Give me
mentally,
another one.
stably, because it things
What's that?
having a baby does things to a person's body.
That's true. Give me something else. Um, but I already said that her health. So the baby does change the woman's body, yes, but it's not going to harm her. She gains some pounds, so she should be able to kill an unborn human
That
because
that
she
is
might gain weight.
untrue. Just because it doesn't kill them doesn't mean that long term it can affect the woman's health as still. There are plenty of women who goes through pregnancy and it affects them long term later on as well.
Mentally, yeah, psychologically, mentally, physically, yeah. I can argue the same for an abortion. So it's a touche. So I need something
An early abortion doesn't do that to a woman's body though.
an early abortion. All right. What at what
If-
point would you say is early?
I'm not a medical doctor, so I'm not going to get in on that.
All right, so it's okay for a woman to kill an unborn human if she is financially strapped, meaning if she doesn't have the wherewithal financially to take care of the child. Give me another one. Her body is going to be harmed. She's going to gain some weight. She may have
It goes
issues.
more than gaining weight. There are
Okay,
women, there are
like
women
what?
that has uh how should I say this?
Mhm.
It affects other health that we don't see it physically, but it what I mean it trying to remember what these different types of let me
Okay,
look these
let's
up
say
real
none of
quick.
that is possible. The doctor has already his prognosis already declares that she's going to go through this without any hiccups. Okay, that's the reason why I gave you that disclaimer. You asked me why am I doing this is why. Because atheists love to bring up the exception as the rule. That's dishonest. Let's deal with the normative cases of abortion or what um what's the word I'm looking for? The people who study people. People who study people. What's the word for that? Who's in the chat? Sydney? Oh, Wesley's in the chat. What's going on, Wesley? Old men shall dream dreams and young men shall see visions. Amen. Jamie Russell's in the chat also. You guys just waking up? I've been live since noon. You know I'm live every noon, Sunday at noon. Um, People who study people, anthropologists, social workers, um, sociologists, or whatever, they would suggest that the most most abortions are what they call on demand, meaning those things that I mentioned, rape, incest, health, are not a factor. They want the abortion for other reasons, financial reasons, education. They want to continue their studies. That's most or many say I'm almost done my master's degree and this happened. Therefore, I need an abortion. Okay, so that's who I'm trying to target. That's what your morality has to answer to. Don't try to leverage people being sick, people having strawberry head babies. Don't try to leverage that uh, against or for your morality when you're ignoring the 95% of on-demand cases. What does your morality say? Is it right or wrong? You say it's right, and you gave two reasons: money, and what was the second one?
Like I said, their health.
Their health. Okay, no health. I'm not going to accept that because their health is 100%, and they're healthy. There is no risk. There's no health risk. So only money. That's all you have. Okay. Well, we worship a God. We don't worship the God of money. We worship the God of life. All right. So money, our morality is superior.
That he orders genocide.
Oh
That he orders
Lord.
innocent to be killed.
Here we go. Who's innocent in God's eyes?
Let's talk
Did I
about.
tell you? Did I not tell you you were going to
Let's
go
talk
to the
about
what
King
about
Solomon.
Godism?
Let's
Did I
talk about
not?
King Solomon.
Did I not predict you would go to what about Godism? Even though I just said we're both
Well, we're
atheists.
talking about the morality of the book of the Bible here, so obviously we have to go about what is Godism because
But
this. Let's
okay,
talk
go
about
ahead.
King Solomon.
But the Bible gives us instructions. It doesn't say do what
Terrible
I do.
instruction, by the way. Terrible
It
instruction.
okay. Give me one.
Like I
Don't
said,
give me
that
what God did in the flood. God knows what He's doing because He knows what's best for the planet. He knows what's best for us as a species. You only know what's best for you and your family because you only live in your little bubble. Okay,
I,
God's got the whole universe to be looking at and contingencies that you can't even fathom. All right, so let's talk about
that's
what
why
God.
God got so many stuff wrong in the Bible. All right,
Yeah, give me
so
one. Give me one
go to
something
Tyre
that
then.
He
You
instructs
wanted to
us to
talk about
do.
Tyre. You wanted to talk about Tyre. Let's talk about Tyre then, since
No, we're still talking about morality. We'll get to Tyra. You wanted to suggest that our morality, what God tells us to do, that your morality is superior to ours. Give us something that our God instructs us to do prescriptively, not Him describing what David did, okay, not Him describing what Joseph's brothers did to Joseph, selling him into slavery, which is punishable by death. Show us something that God is prescribing us to do. Love your neighbor, forgive one another, bless one another, be generous with one another. Show us something that He is instructing us to do that your morality trumps, that your morality is superior in. I already know your morality says to kill babies, it's okay. So
all
give
right.
us something else.
Again, let's go to Saul, King Saul here.
Uh-huh.
God orders King Saul to attack a city and kill everyone, including innocents, including the livestock. Are livestock are livestock guilty of something?
Mhm.
Are all the people in the city guilty of something? Every single one of them, no innocent.
Well, I think the flood would be a better example of every single one of them, but
Well, I thought you told me not to use the flood though.
yeah, but you have a
But
problem there because
here's something God orders Saul to do.
uh-huh.
But Saul disobeyed and he didn't kill everyone. He
Right.
kept the king. He kept all the livestock, and apparently that for doing that, God lose trust in Saul because Saul didn't kill all the innocents in there as well.
Mhm. Yeah. So um, I had a video on the channel formerly known as Joe called Divine Quarantine, where I discussed First Samuel, which I think that's the passage you're referring to. First Samuel uh, deals with that passage, but it has to be contextualized with other passages in the scripture. And I don't have them for you readily available.
Oh, like
Um,
how Samuel tells Saul that God lose trust in him because of this
mhm,
one act, and that someone else is gonna take over him, and then he goes and just kills that king that Saul has
mhm.
captive.
Yeah, so let me ask you a question about that passage. You brought up the animals. What does your reasoning um, tell you, or the text doesn't necessarily specify, but why would you reason to, or what conclusion might you come to as to why God wanted the animals killed? Did he just hate animals?
No, he wanted the entire city decimated, whether they're innocents or not. He wanted the
Mhm.
entire city decimated. That is
Okay.
what he said.
Okay. So you don't believe you. So for what reason? Why do you think he wanted the animals destroyed, not just killed, burnt,
He
destroyed?
never
How do you
said
think?
burned. Where in the book did he say burned? Because Samuel or Saul, the reason why Saul took him back was so that he can burn them as offering, and God condemned him for that because he didn't kill them on the spot. He wanted to bring them back for an offering instead.
Okay. Well, why do you think he wanted the um the animals killed?
Me, why?
Yeah.
Personally, God doesn't exist. This this verse is bullshit to begin with.
All right. So whenever someone tries to get you to think critically, do you always default to God doesn't exist? Is that like your go-to line?
You're asking me for the opinion of a being that doesn't exist.
Okay. Why do you think the text declares that God wanted this imaginary being wanted the animals killed? Did the animals sin?
Beats me.
All
Why
right.
don't
So
you
you
tell
don't know.
me?
All
Why
right.
don't you
So
tell me why?
well, I would suggest that there was more going on, and we get hints of this as I mentioned in other passages. You read First Samuel 15, I think. It's instructive to go to some of the parallel passages. If you Google First Samuel 15 verse 3, what you'll see is that there are cross references. There are passages that are connected to um, this passage, like passages in Joshua, for example, um,
So
Leviticus 27. Um, also,
so Samuel 15, First Samuel 15
mm,
3 reads, "Now go to smite Amalek and utterly destroy all they have, and spare them not, but slay both men and woman, infant and suckling, ox and sheep, camel and ass."
yeah, yeah. So it's this one village, okay? Because this is the
Not
only
a
time in
village.
Scripture.
It's not a
Yeah,
village.
go attack the Amalekites, right? Do you think they lived in the village or not? Was this the only Amalekites settling, or do you think there were others? Okay, so God tells them to go attack this village and to destroy these animals. You don't know why he wanted to destroy the animals. I would suggest, based on other passages, that the behaviors of these countries, of these regions, was so severe when it came to bestiality, homosexuality, that this was more so, and I entitled the stream Divine Quarantine for this area, and the boundaries in which they were to accomplish this um, wiping out or this quarantine were given in scripture. So it wasn't for all of the Amalekite nations or the Canaanite nations. But I believe that this area had gotten to the point where God had to quarantine the area before it spread to other nations. The plague of Peor. Google that for homework. There are several plagues in the Bible, but the plague of Peor was what connects First Samuel, uh, or what should be connected to that event. What's going on in First Samuel?
How do you spell
Not a
pure? How do you spell pure?
Peor. So this happened generations ago. Okay, so I'm not connecting it historically. But what I would suggest is that the destruction here of the even the animals was done to prevent plagues from spreading. You have the um, the scripture says that in one instance there was there were women that were sleeping with the soldiers, and the plague had struck them, and 25,000 men in their company, in their army, perished as a result of this plague. Um, these cultures were prominent fertility cult worshippers, meaning they worshipped fertility. Some of these religions still exist today. Symbolically, many of them don't participate in the orgies. Many of them still do. The orgies, the homosexuality, bestiality. This was part of their rituals. Not everyone was doing it, but enough people were doing it to whereby God is now sending in an army to quarantine. Now, you would say that that's immoral. I would say that we would do the same today. The only
LOL.
difference,
We kill everyone. We
the
kill
only,
everyone
yes,
because of a plague. LOL.
yes, we would. Yeah, let me
LOL.
show you why.
That is
LOL, all you want to.
that is
Let me show you.
hilarious.
Let
We
me show you
kill
why. And I did
everyone
a whole
because of the
video on it, and
plague.
I challenge
Even the
anyone to come in and
woman, even the children, even the little babies, even the suckling, we're
no,
still
no,
alive.
no, 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 no. See, here's how
I mean,
we would do it.
that's what the verse says, though.
I'm
It
not
says,
denying what the verse says. I agree. I would have done the
yeah,
same
you
thing
agree that God that we should kill people because of a plague.
if it's uncurable. Yes, but here's how we would quarantine today.
Man,
Remember, remember,
God
this is
can
for.
create a potion to
Oh
catch
God,
infidelity, but he can't create a potion to cure this plague.
so God's gonna just cure the
That
land.
is so funny.
You want a
That is
God
so
that
funny. God
you
is
want a
so
God.
powerful but
You
so weak at the same time.
you
That is
you were
hilarious.
raised you were raised
God
by
is
your
so strong but so weak at the same time.
you were raised by your mother, weren't you?
God is so weak and so strong at the
I
same
could tell
time.
because you don't like discipline. You don't like people being punished.
No,
You're
I
a
like people
cute
being
little beta male,
I
aren't you?
people
All
should be
right,
punished
all
for
right.
their
Yeah, it's
crimes,
just it
but
only only
they
only
should
rapists shouldn't even be punished. 5 years, you said. 5 years?
they
You've
should be
never been
able
raped, have
to
you?
they should be able to atone. They should be
Oh
able to
God, they get told while they rotting in jail. They ain't gonna be running around free after they rape my daughter or my son or no, not happening. Sorry, but of course, maybe if he's black, then he should be let go because of 400 years of slavery, right? All right, but I digress. Um, what was I saying? Yeah, Let me show you how this would look in the 21st century. If there were a breakout of an incurable, deadly plague, I'm talking 10 times worse than Ebola, the United States of America, your Marines, would quarantine the area and no one is leaving. And you know what's going to happen after that. In ancient time, no one is leaving. That's a quarantine. If you leave, what happens? If you try to leave, what happens?
But you don't go in and kill them.
Answer my question. Answer my
They went
question.
in
They
and
don't
killed
have to
them. They
go
didn't
in. They don't
quarantine
have
them.
to
They
go
went
in.
in and killed them.
No, no, no. Answer my question. I'm not
That
saying. I'm telling you the
may
one
only make
difference is.
sense
Hold
if
on,
they
hold on.
did quarantine them, but they didn't. They
Answer
went
my
in and
question.
killed them.
In the quarantine, a deadly disease, the government has surrounded the area, quarantined the area. What happens if you leave or try to?
But they didn't leave. They stayed
What
in the area.
happens if you try to leave? Just go with me, my hypothetical.
I
What
have seen
happens?
an instance where someone gets shot, if that's
You'll
what you're
get
trying to
shot.
say.
You'll get
No,
shot
I
dead by
have
a
not seen an
sniper.
instance
A
where someone
Marine
gets shot.
sniper will shoot you dead. Thank you for
That is
being
hilarious.
honest.
That doesn't
Thank you
happen.
for being honest.
That
Now,
doesn't happen. I just said they don't shoot people
they
for
don't
that.
shoot people with in the quarantine?
Yes, they don't shoot people in a quarantine.
Wow. If this were
When
to
have
happen,
you seen in our government where they shoot
because
people
we've
in a
never had a
quarantine?
disease that could wipe out all of humanity. COVID isn't just a flu. Just take some vitamin
How about the
C.
plague? How about the plague during Middle Age where it wiped off 30+% or actually 50% of Europe?
They never actually quarantined it. If you have a quarantine now, I'm not talking about the disease is spreading and we don't know where it's coming from and it's hitting us in Europe I'm not talking about a pan. I'm talking about you have it contained. You have it quarantined and someone tries to leave, what happens to that person? Okay. So
I
they
mean,
get shot.
no, they do
Period.
not get shot.
Oh my
That I
goodness.
have. When have you seen someone get shot from that in
I've
a
never
first
seen
world
anyone get shot.
from a
But that's
quarantine?
what. So you're telling me that the government is going to allow that person to leave and spread the rest of the country, spread the disease?
I didn't say that either, but I didn't say they're gonna get shot.
So you're telling me someone's going to get close enough to arrest that person and possibly contract the disease themselves?
I mean,
Highly contagious.
if they have a biosuit,
Oh, biosuit. Okay. So at the most, that person would be apprehended. Let's say there's a possibility that they can be apprehended. If there's no possibility they can be apprehended, will you agree they would be shot?
I would not agree with that either. Now
All
you're
right.
bringing
So let's
now
okay.
you're
All
bringing
right.
out the
So
hypothetical
let's
that
say
will
they
not
apprehend them.
that you can't even say that
Let's
will happen.
you're fun. Let's say
So
they apprehend
how
them.
does this relate to the Malachite here?
I'm getting there. I'm getting there. Let's say they apprehend them in this biohazard suit, hazmat suit, right? That doesn't allow them to catch the disease, right? Where do they take them? Back to the quarantine. What's eventually going to happen? Everybody in the quarantine is going to die. Okay. Anyone that tries to escape the quarantine is going to be put back in quarantine to eventually die. All right.
Well, now
So the difference is,
you're bringing up a hypothetical that doesn't
yes.
exist.
Okay. So the
That doesn't
difference
exist.
is the different. You said that they wouldn't kill him. Okay. But then they're not going to let him go free and run
But you're
around and
bringing
spread
up
it.
a hypothetical that doesn't exist.
That's why it's called a hypothetical. All right. So
But it's
in the
not
ancient
a
times, it was nearly impossible to quarantine even a small village because they did not have the capabilities that we have today. So the instructions were to go in and destroy. Divine quarantine.
so why didn't God put it in this in this chapter? That's the reason why they went and kill him then.
Well, again, I don't need the Bible to spell out everything.
This is verse 2 of the of that same chapter. Thus saith
Right.
the Lord of hosts, I remember that which Amalek did to Israel, how he laid wait for him in a way when he came up from Egypt. This is saying that this is the revenge.
Hmm.
This is a revenge that God that he wants Saul to inflict on Amalekite, not because
Yeah.
of the quarantine. It's because he wants revenge for this ambush that the Amalekite did earlier, which the
Mm.
woman, the children, the suckling were not part of this. Were innocent of this
Hmm.
ambush, but
Yeah.
for
Well,
some
I'm
reason,
I'm explaining for the animals and the destruction, not just the takeover of that land, but
but the
I'm
kids.
explaining
How about the
why it
kids?
could
The
have
kids
been
are
a
innocent.
reason. Hold on. I'm explaining a reason as to why for the level of destruction. If it were the case without the plague or without diseases running rampant, then he would have just done what he normally did, capture the women and the children. But here he says, don't capture them. So there's a reason for that.
And it's
So
that
I'm not
reason is
explaining. So I'm
explained
not.
in number
So
two.
I'm not giving an apology for
The
why
reason is
he went
explained
in.
in
Hold on,
verse
hold on.
2.
I just explained that. I'm not giving an apology for why he went in the battle, or the battle is going to continue. I'm giving an apology for why he went in and did what he did by killing and destroying everything. So yes, he went in there. They went. It was revenge, right? So we can go and fight your man and kill your man and capture your women,
It
right?
doesn't
That
say
would have been the
capture your
normal
woman. It says
response
kill.
for
It
a
says
revenge
kill your
attack.
woman. It says
That would have
kill
been
your
the
woman. It
what's
doesn't say
that?
capture. It says kill the woman.
No. You're missing the point. The normal response to a an attack is to attack back. Okay, God
Oh,
has been these countries. Hold on,
so
these
hundreds
countries
of
have been
years
fighting.
later,
Hold on,
go and take your
hold on,
revenge.
hold on. These countries have been fighting back and forth, and battles have been ensuing for hundreds of years. Okay, normally God would take the women and children as captive, right?
Oh man, that's
This
captive.
time, this time he says, this one time he says, no, I'm giving an apology for why he decided this one time to burn down everything, to destroy everything, as opposed to the normal response to a sneak attack is to attack back and capture women and children. So you can't conflate the two. My apology, as far as the plagues is concerned, explains the animals. That's why I asked you, why did he want the animals dead? Right? And I think that's a reasonable assumption we can make, since the text doesn't really specify here. You
Man,
assume
God,
that
God
he
is
wanted.
so
You
great.
assume.
God is so knowledgeable. He doesn't specify anything that he should specify. So
Well,
that he makes
you assume.
everything ambiguous. He makes everything so ambiguous.
Well, that's so the atheist can come later and say he did it because he's a genocidal god. So you're assuming he did it because of genocide. Can I just as well assume that he did it to protect from plague spreading, that he destroyed animals and he destroyed an entire village because that village was infected? Can I assume that also?
No, you can't because that's not what
Well, how come you can assume that it's genocide?
because verse
You don't have
2
any evidence for
verse
genocide.
2 tells you.
That's not genocide. Killing, destroying one village is not genocide.
Remember with that which Amalek did to Israel,
Uh-huh.
how he laid wait for him in the way when he came up to Egypt. Now go and
Mhm.
smite Amalek and utterly destroy all they have and spare them not.
Hmm.
But slay
Was
both
there
men and
only
women,
was there only one
infant and
town of
suckling.
people from the descendant of Amalek? Was there only one town that existed, or is this the only village that existed, or town, or region that had children that were descendants of Amalek?
You
Is
tell
that what
me.
your argument is?
You tell me.
No, no. They're Canaanites that appear after this. This was a targeted attack. It wasn't meant to be instructive for all of the battles. This is the only time in the text where the women are not taken captive. Usually, the women are taken captive.
All
Why
right,
wasn't that the case here? See, I'm
verse
putting my
7.
thinking cap on and I'm learning to think critically about
Verse
these things.
7. Verse
Mhm.
7. And Saul smote the Amalekites from Havilah until thou comest to Shur. So
There
you
you go. Stop right there. Stop right there. Stop right there. So the Bible is giving you regions or limitations or boundaries. Not all. It says you can do it from here to here. Another clue. Keep going. Keep
what's this
going.
clue that you're referring to then?
The clue is that he gave certain specific boundaries. Not all of the children of Amalek. Children of Amalek existed everywhere in Canaan, not just in this small region. Look on a map. It'll show you the region in which he says to attack.
Havilah to Shur.
Yes, that's a region.
I'm
That's a
looking at the region right
boundary.
now.
That's not genocide. Secondly, to prove genocide, you would have to demonstrate that God was against any one particular ethnic group.
The Amalekites is an ethnic group.
You would have to prove that he was only against one particular ethnic group, or that he favored one ethnic group over another, because God doesn't have an ethnicity, right? So he's not trying to wipe out an ethnicity that would favor him or his genealogy or his ethnic background. Like, I'm a black guy, so I'm just going to start killing off whites because that'll help my genome or my genotype, right? Or phenotype, right? So you have to, first of all, God doesn't have an ethnicity, so therefore you have to argue that he is wiping out in favor other groups in favor of the Israelites. Only that falls apart also, because he sends the Babylonians to kick the Israelites' ass in several occasions, including sending the Romans to destroy the central point of their religion, the temple, in 70 AD. Not only did God send the Romans to destroy them, Jesus predicted it and told them what was going to happen before he left.
All right, so looking at the
So there's no
map that you
genocide in
want,
the Bible. Okay,
looking at
stop
the
using
map,
that argument.
looking at the map that you're trying to, yeah, that you're telling me about Havilah to Shur, it's
Mhm.
almost entirety of the Saudi Arabia area.
Yes.
That is quite extensive.
Yes, that is.
I'm not sure
Yes,
how that is not considered
anywhere. You
genocide.
see how the Middle East was set up, or how it was set up back then. You had settlements. Okay, you had settlements scattered. So you might have an Israeli settlement, and then next to it you might have a Canaanite settlement. So when it says go through this land, through these boundaries, and attack the Amalekites, you could be skipping over other settlements. So not all of the land was Amalekites. It's not like today where everyone in America, well, not after Biden, but everyone in America is American and American citizens. You had small patches of settlements all over the ancient Near East. So when it says kill all the Amalekites, it's talking about going through and looking for and seeking out these Amalekites, um, the Amalekite nations or fighter native. It would be targeting their military post primarily, not villages. But there's this one time, and you found it in 1 Samuel 15, where God makes an exception to that rule. And I think that a perfect explanation would be divine quarantine. You think it's genocide. I've already debunked that. It can't be genocide because God is not choosing people on the basis of their ethnicity. He describes them, but it's not their ethnicity as to why they're being destroyed. It's their behavior. How do I know that? Because when the Jews practiced the same behavior as he had promised, he was going to wipe them out and kick them out of the land as well. That's exactly what happened in 70 AD, also during the Babylonian captivity. So you can't prove genocide from a God who's not judging based on ethnicity, but he's judging based on your behavior. And he's going to judge you based on your behavior as well, not based on your race. I don't even know what your race is, but I can promise you God's not going to judge you because you were a Jew or you were Italian or you were an Amalekite.
All right.
He's going to judge
So
you for what your
apparently you say
nation is
only.
doing.
Apparently, you're saying only this village has been destroyed, but verse 8 it says, "And he took Agag, the king of the Amalekites, alive, and utterly destroyed all the people within the edges of the sword, with the edge of the sword." So obviously, he killed all the Amalekites except for the king here.
No, because Amalekites appear later in the text. So you can't.
Then why would
We're
he say
talking
utterly
about
destroyed
that
all the
particular
people?
region. It already gave you the boundaries. The Saudi Arabia was not the only place where Amalekites lived. That's crazy. The Amalekites lived in Canaan also, and very close to where Israel was. So again, you have to deal with the historical context here. It doesn't allow for you to just say, "Well, look, they're attacking Iran," and uh, um, every time they go to war, they're fighting against Muslims or Muslim nations. Okay, that's not what's going on here. These nations all worship different gods. It had nothing to do with their ethnicity or their religion. Well, it did have to do with their religion, I would say, because their religion was that of pagan worship, idol worship, which included sacrificing children before Molech, or scholars would say they called it even. It was a saying, I'm going to Molech my child. I'm going to sacrifice my child. Even the Israelites were participating in these atrocities. So that is what God is trying to rid the world of. The bestiality, the homosexuality. You can imagine, just Google zoophilia. You can imagine if a culture is practicing sex with animals as part of their ritual, their religious rite, how fast diseases and water supplies would be destroyed or infected. So God is not capriciously going around picking on the Amalekites. He had very good reason to do what he did. Okay. Anything
You're
else?
still not getting the point here.
Okay. Well, what's the point?
Within that region, he killed everyone: women, children, sucklings.
Everyone, yes. For all of the Amalekites, yes. And I just explained divine quarantine. Had these countries,
That doesn't fit with your divine quarantine
it
because the
does.
reasons it tells you was not because of divine quarantine.
The reason God attacked, he doesn't tell us the reason why he killed the animals. It just says that that's what he
He
instructed
doesn't
him to
tell you the
do.
reason why he killed. He tells you the reason why you kill all the animals.
No, he tells us the reason why he attacked them. He didn't tell you he attacks several countries. Several regions have been attacked by this same God. He's never once said, kill the animals too. You're going to tell me that that's just an happenstance. I'm trying to analyze the text and ask the critical question. Why is he in this one case killing animals? What the heck did the animals do wrong? The answer is nothing. The children or the animals did nothing wrong. It's what their parents were doing. And I believe in this case, it had grown or gotten to the point of no return. Therefore, he had to destroy.
Yes,
If you're going to assume genocide, then you have to
destroy
prove
the
it.
young, destroy the young, destroy the people, the innocent that hasn't done anything wrong yet. Again, verse
Yeah.
2 tells you why. Verse 3
Right.
tells you what.
Verse 2 tells us why he attacked.
And
It
verse
doesn't tell
tells
us why he destroyed the everything. You can attack a nation, as in several cases prior, and not destroy its livestock. You would take the livestock as booty. Come on, man. Why didn't God take the livestock as booty? As in every other case. You got to learn to think critically here. You can't just say, well, it's just a coincidence that in this time he doesn't take the livestock, he doesn't take the women captives, he destroys them. Why? Because I think, and based on other passages, when it talks about plagues from this very same, from the descendants of these very same people, so I would assume that they were still
Wait.
practicing
So
these things.
the plague of Pure
Uh-huh.
refers to Mesopotamia,
Okay.
but Mesopotamia is not in Saudi Arabia.
No, those were their descendants. Those were their
So
descendants.
the Amalekites is the descendant of Mesopotamia. Is that what you're telling me?
Well, again, like I said, in the ancient Near East, you don't have cities or countries. Yeah,
I
you
know
don't
you have
have
tribes. I get it.
countries,
You have tribes.
right? And the tribe could be located, and they were mobile. They settled in certain areas during certain times, but you can never pinpoint and say this is where the Amalekites were from, or
All
this
right.
is where the
So why
Hittites were
so
from.
why did they not? So why was not the Amalekites in Canaan, which were closer to the Mesopotamia area, where uh, where that plague did occur? Why doesn't God order it there, but He orders it in a location remotely away from where the plague of Peor occurred?
Well, again, I'm not sure. I have to look at a map. That's what you're referring
Look
to.
at the map
But
right
I,
now.
I don't. I'm not going to. I'm not dogmatic about this position. But if you're going to assume genocide with no evidence of genocide, and the text is not clear as to why, it's clear as to why they were attacking, or as a retaliation for the sneak attack. Um, but as far as the animals being killed and the babies being killed, the text does not care to specify as to why, he just says do it. And of course,
It tells
Saul
you why
disobeys.
in 2, and it tells them what in 3.
Uh-huh. Yeah, it tells us why he attacked them. It doesn't tell us why he wipes everything out. We've already been over this.
This is absurd.
You're
You are
you're
being absurd right now.
conflating the two. You're suggesting that the reason why he kills the animals is because it's retaliation for a sneak attack.
It is
Then
retaliation
then why
for
didn't God kill all of the animals for all the other nations who were sneak attacking Israel? Why this one time?
they didn't sneak attack Israel.
Other
They were
nations did sneak attack Israel.
which one? Which
All of
one
the surrounding
ambushed?
nations
Tell,
attacked Israel.
tell me where it says these other nations ambush Israel when they were heading
That's
away
live
when they
right
were
now. It's over on Jill's stream. Oh, hey, Jill, how you doing? Thanks for having me,
Hey,
man.
Smoking
Hey,
Saint has joined us.
how's it going, man? I'm actually doing a stream right now. I'm sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to ask a quick question. We were telling a story, and I just wanted you to affirm it for me how Thicky was going around saying, I'm not a real Christian and don't know the gospel. And then you showed up on a praise stream and said, hey, Thicky, what's the gospel? And he couldn't answer the question to anyone at all of the
Right.
time and constantly dodged and avoided. I just wanted you to affirm the story, or if you even knew where the clip was, because I think it was on
Ryan
your
has it.
channel.
Ryan has the
Ryan
clip.
has it.
It was on
Ryan
his
has the clip.
channel. Yeah, he posted it on his
Oh,
channel. I don't know if he still
got it.
has that channel.
Okay, I'll go investigate there. Thank you for that,
Yeah.
Jill. And yes, there were lots of sneak attacks. In fact, even while they were in the wilderness, I believe it was the Amalekites. In fact, God pronounced a curse against them of the idea of them attempting to do this type of, obliteration, genocide campaign against him, which caused the curse of God against them, even though they were given the chance to repent actually 400 years. So in order to repent from their atrocious crimes and hatred of the Jews and God's people, but they wouldn't. And they were constantly looking for opportunities to not only murder, but also kidnap and enslave the Jews. And this is
Right.
even from parallel cultural writings in the
And
ancient Near
and this
East as
was
well to
before
their standard conduct.
and this was before Smokey. Was this before God actually led them in an army sort of way?
Say again. I'm sorry. I didn't understand the
Was
question.
this before he actually created the Israeli army?
Yes, correct.
Yeah.
Yes, this would have been while
Before,
they
right,
were in the wilderness,
right.
wandering around as
When
a
they were in the
nomadic
wilderness, right.
people. correct, as a nomadic people, and they were maliciously attacked and ambushed by the Amalekites, which they did defeat, and then God called a curse upon them that they would have done this, that their cultural representation would be erased from existence, which did happen, and the remnants of the Amalekites did abandon any of their cultural normality and ended up going to the land of Petra, ended up becoming members of the Koresh, where they interbred and married there, and that was the end of the recognition or any remembrance of the Amalekite people. So yeah, absolutely.
You guys are hilarious, man.
So
You guys
anyway,
are
so
hilarious.
thank you, Jill.
You guys are
I see
hilarious.
Smokey's.
It's Thicky. That's
man.
Thicky down there. Anyway.
Oh, that's Thicky.
Yeah.
Oh,
funny,
don't
man.
run. Do not
Oh,
run,
Thicky.
Josh.
Damn.
Thicky is here.
Hey, come on.
Thicky's
Do
there.
not run, Josh.
Oh,
Please,
Well, I
my
was ready
friend.
to close my stream down anyway.
Come on.
But I
don't
appreciate
run,
you,
man.
Jill, and I just wanted to check with that. I'll
Where
play
are
that
you
on the
running?
next stream. I appreciate
What's the
it.
gospel? Come on. Tell
Take
me
care,
the
brother,
gospel,
and
man.
God bless you.
all right.
Hey, Josh,
Thicky,
you freaking
Thicky,
liar.
shut
What's
up.
the gospel? What
Thicky,
is
you
the
come here to
gospel?
ask me what the gospel is?
Well, you told me
He
that I
doesn't
don't
know
know.
the
So what is the
gospel. That's what
gospel,
it is.
Jill? I mean, Smokey left, obviously. So
Yeah, Smokey left. Yeah.
right. So like he doesn't know what the gospel is. So you tell
No,
me
he
that.
doesn't. You do?
Yeah, you tell me that you don't. I don't know the gospel. So what is the
You
gospel
don't.
then? Well, okay. So what is the gospel?
I'm having a conversation with an atheist now. We can talk about the gospel another time.
It's a
But
quick thing.
let me give you the Reader's Digest version of the
Okay, so you
gospel.
don't know. All right. Anyway, I came here for Smokey.
I just
But,
said let me give you the Reader's Digest version. Do you want to hear the gospel
Go ahead,
or
man.
not?
What is it? What is
Okay.
it?
All right. So man has fell into perpetual sin, ending in death in the very first book of Genesis. So if your gospel doesn't begin with man falling into sin, therefore you are born in sin, or what some people call original sin, then you're not preaching the gospel. Okay?
Oh,
So
boy.
man
Do you
has
know what the
fallen.
gospel means? Hey, Jill. Do you know
Hold on.
what the
You
gospel
asked me a
means?
question. You asked me a question.
No, I'm asking you a question. What is the gospel means?
You asked me a question. Let me answer your question, sir.
What does the gospel mean?
No. You asked me what the gospel is. I'm going to give you what the gospel is so that you'll know. And I don't care about the etymology of the word. That's not
Oh
how you
Lord,
determine
you should care.
what the gospel
Okay,
is.
before
Okay,
you
words are
pretend to be a
not
Christian, you
univocal.
should care because otherwise you're
They're
going to be laughed
equivocal.
at by guys like KiKi.
Okay. All right. So are
So
you going to let me
here
finish?
are my not yet. Here are my questions,
Uh,
Phil. Number one, what is the gospel?
sure.
Number two, what the gospel means. Number three, why the gospel. Okay, those three questions.
What the
All right.
gospel means. Okay. All right. Are you ready to listen now?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. All right. So that's what your gospel begins with the fact that all have fallen short of the glory of God. All are born in sin and shaped in iniquity. Okay. If your
Everybody, if
gospel,
you're gonna ignore me, I'm just gonna. I
oh
need
no,
to
I'm
do my
almost
reading.
done. I'm almost done. We'll get back to our
No, I
conversation.
can come back. I can come back if you guys like.
Yeah, we're almost
When you
done.
finish.
Let me just finish giving him the gospel. Okay. And
I can
then the
come back,
Bible
Phil.
goes. What's that?
I can come back. You guys can
Oh,
finish up, and I can come
oh
back.
no, it's not going to take long. You can come back. Let me just finish. And then the Bible goes on to tell us what God has done for us to save us, if you will, from our fate, which is separation, eternal separation from Him because of what happened in the garden. And in Philippians 1, he says that I am sure of this. Paul is sure of this, that he, Christ or God, who began a good work in you, will bring it to completion at the day of Jesus Christ. So there's going to be a day where Jesus Christ comes and restores all things to where it was before Adam sinned. Okay? Or paradise lost will become paradise restored.
Oh
And
my
it
lord!
okay.
You're gonna kill the
So
guy.
that's the gospel, and Christ's death on the cross was what
I agree, Smokey.
gave
This guy believes in in a morally bankrupt book.
okay. His his work on the cross is what gives us, what imputes to us. We are imputed his righteousness, so that instead of being judged by our righteousness, which condemns everyone to hell, we are judged by the righteousness of Christ.
Don't
That's
worry,
the
by his
gospel.
logic, a rapist can go to heaven.
Oh boy.
Okay. So anything else, Thicky?
Do you want me to tell? Well, first of all, I'm not Thicky. My name is Sam, and of
Uh-huh.
course, I don't know your name. I don't know what kind of womanly name Jill is, but I don't think that is your
Mm.
name. So you can
Jill is an
address me.
acronym for Jesus is
Yeah,
Lord.
whatever. You can address me as Sam rather than calling people names. Do you understand that? Now, the first thing, well, it's a yes or no question, man. Do you understand that? Why is it so funny? Do you
All
behave
right.
like that at your like
So
minimum wage job or something? You laugh at people calling people names. Is that
what is the
is that how
minimum
it is?
wage? What is the
Is
minimum
that
wage
how
in
is that how it is in your morality? And you
what is
think
the
that you can
minimum
preach
wage in you
Jesus?
what in
No, it's about
Wuhan? What's
10
the
bucks, man. It's about no,
10
no,
bucks
it's
in
not
Wuhan?
Wuhan. I don't think I'm in
All right,
Wuhan. I'm
Rebuke,
in
I'm gonna
I'm
leave.
in
I'm not.
Seoul. I'm in
I
Seoul,
don't need to
Korea.
waste my time if this is what's gonna happen.
All right, are you
Yeah,
done, Thicky?
no, I'm
Because
not
I'd like to
done.
continue my conversation.
And my name is Sam. And first
All
of
right,
all,
are you
let
done,
me let me
Sam?
correct you. No, I'm not
Yeah,
done.
correct me. Go
Let
ahead.
me, let me correct you. The gospel is the good news.
Hmm.
Okay? The
Okay.
good news. Why do you think that is good news? It's because that Christ is giving you the eternal life.
Uh-huh.
That is the good news. It's not just
Christ is
this
giving you the
temporal
eternal
life,
life. Okay.
but by believing on Christ. Because one is saved by the grace of God through faith alone in Christ.
Amen.
That is
Yeah.
the gospel. Okay?
Yes. That's how you're
Now,
saved. Yeah.
number 3,
Yeah.
why
Yeah.
the
Philippians
gospel?
1. Yeah.
Why the good news? I don't care about what number in the Bible. Why
Hmm.
the good
Yeah,
news?
because the
Okay?
Mandela effect changed that, right? Okay. Go
No,
ahead.
you have no idea what it is. Yeah, you crap on it like some idiot. Why the gospel? Okay, tell us then. Tell Kiki why the
Uh-huh.
gospel then. Tell me.
Why the gospel?
Yeah, why the
What do you
good
mean?
news, man? You don't understand
Why
the
the good?
question?
That's in
Yeah, why the
proper
good
English.
news?
Why
Why
the good
the
news?
gospel?
Why the good news?
Yeah, the gospel means the good news. Hello. What? You don't
I,
even know
I'm
what
not.
that means?
I'm not. What are you asking me? Why the good news?
Yeah, why the good news, man? Why do
What?
you
What?
think that it should be a good news for Kiki, for example? Why
Okay.
should
So
be a
why
good news
is
for some John Doe out there?
why is
Rebuke,
that good
this
news
has gotten to
for?
the point where I don't care anymore. I'll come back for Tyre next week if this is
Yeah, I'm
what it's
sorry
gonna
Oh
about
be.
that,
no, no.
Kiki.
We can discuss Tyre now. All right. All right. See you, Thicky. All right. Now that you know what the gospel is, go preach it on your channel. All right. All right. So back to our discussion here. All right. So Tyra, you want to talk about Tyra now, right?
I have about 15 minutes.
All right. 15 minutes. Good. That's all
I
I
want to
need.
come back next week if we don't finish this conversation now.
Oh, sure, sure. We can come back next week. Okay. You believe Tyra still exists, right?
Yes,
Okay. Do you have any evidence that Tyra still exists?
you still see the city.
Where?
It's located in Lebanon. The city still exists.
Okay. So the city
The
of
city of Tyre was never completely uninhabited.
uh so you see that there is a city in Lebanon. And where did you see this city in Lebanon?
Oh my God, dude! Why
Is
are
it
you
on Google
so
Maps?
retarded?
Is it on Google Maps?
Historically, the city of Tyre has been occupied for the past 4,000 years.
Right. You found this city of Tyra on Google Maps, correct?
Historian acknowledges that Tyre still exists, and
Okay.
Tyre never ceased to exist.
Okay. All right. So you found this city on Google Maps, right? What historian, by the way, are you citing?
All right, let me look it up for you.
Okay. See if you can share your screen if you'd like. All right. KiKi believes that Tyre still exists, and we're trying to get understanding on what that exactly means. Let me ask you a question, KiKi. If
Go for
the
it.
inhabitants of this city that was named Tyre, if they had not kept the name of the ancient name of this city, and they called their city Chicago, would Tyre still exist then?
No.
No. So it's only because they kept the ancient name, the surname, as is to that's your proof that the city of Tyre that was prophesied by Ezekiel still exists.
Yes.
So it's only the name. The city has nothing, the structures, the cisterns, the colosseums, the baths, the temple of Melkart, all of those things do not play a part in you determining whether or not a city still exists, but simply the name that they give the city.
The structure still does exist, though.
The temple of Melkart still exists?
Not everything still exists, but there's still structures that still exist.
Yeah, they need ground penetrating radar to find them.
You can
Can you
literally
cite?
see some
Yeah,
of these. You can literally see some of these structures still existing.
they're in ruins. It does not exist. What happened, KiKi, and what the internet sensational videos.
Let's just read the verse word for word here.
No, no, no. Before we read the verse, I need you to understand this, because if you're going to read the verse already having the preconception or the preconceived notion that a city is the same because it kept the surname, then you're going to miss the entire point. There's no point in even reading the passage. What happened was the city that Ezekiel prophesied against was completely destroyed.
When was it?
Alexander the Great, hold on, Alexander the Great used the rubble to build a causeway. So the rubble from the structures and all of those famous landmarks that I named was
The
thrown
rubbles he
into the
used.
Mediterranean Sea.
The rubbles he
Okay?
used were from
You
the
need
suburbs of Usha,
you
which
need
is the
right,
coastal portion.
he built a causeway to get to the island. Yes. Okay? So the rubble was taken and thrown into the sea. The rest of it was in ruins. Okay? What you're looking at now, and archaeologists have already discovered this again through ground penetrating radar. What you're looking at now is a city built atop of Tyre, right? Which is why archaeologists call the Tyre that's underneath New Tyre or Old Tyre, and the Tyre that's on top that you see on your Google Maps, that's called New Tyre. So it's Old Tyre is the city underneath Tyre. That is the Tyre that Ezekiel prophesied would never be rebuilt. So you have to argue then that the city still exists because it kept its surname. Nothing else about the city
Ezekiel
is the same. Go ahead.
26.
Yeah. So now that we realize that
All right,
there are
so
two
Ezekiel
cities,
26 says,
uh,
"You will be sought, but you will never again be found," declares the
mhm.
sovereign Lord. Apparently, we found Tyre, even if that's
Okay.
your argument.
Okay. So we found it underneath in rubble. Yes. So I think found there doesn't necessarily mean that we would not discover its ashes.
And let me ask you,
Okay,
where
but
in
you can
Ezekiel,
interpret it
where
that way if you'd
where
like.
in Ezekiel does it specify that it was Alexander the Great that would destroy it?
It doesn't
Yeah,
say
exactly. It
Alexander the
doesn't.
Great's name.
It says Nebuchadnezzar does, but Nebuchadnezzar didn't.
Yes, it only names the first king that would attack. It doesn't name
No,
the
it
many
only
nations
names
after.
Nebuchadnezzar because that's the only person that the Bible is referring to,
You can assume that, but it says many nations.
and he's the king of many nations,
Oh, okay, he's the king of kings.
kings of kings.
Yeah.
His army is composed of many nations.
No, if you were Babylon, you were Babylon. If Babylon eats
He
you up, you
takes
became Babylon.
Babylon takes takes. They're part of the empire, but they're not Babylon themselves.
Hmm.
Babylon is that city state of Babylon. The
Babylon
empire of
is
Babylon.
a nation. Okay, the
Babylon
text
is an
says many
empire.
nations. So
Babylon
many
is an empire,
Babylon is also a nation.
which is that city nation there.
There's several nations. There's several empires. Babylon wasn't the only empire. It might have been the largest one, but not the only one. So when it
It's not
says
the
many
largest
nations, it
one.
just means that many nations. If you want to stretch it to, it was talking about some international Babylonian force, then go right ahead. But I'm not going to stretch the text that
But
far.
that's what it says, though.
That's
Many
not what it says.
nations.
It says many nations.
Yes,
It just only speaks of Nebuchadnezzar as the first attacker. It doesn't say he would be the first and the last.
he wasn't the first, though.
He was the first to
He
attack.
wasn't. You
Then
know
who
who was the
was?
first?
Who was?
Samaria. Samaria attacked them well before Babylon did.
Before the prophecy?
Yes.
Okay.
And you know what else? Tyre is located in a strategic area. So again, a
Mhm.
mundane claim, a
Yeah,
area
I
that
could have predicted this one too. What makes Ezekiel's prophecy, just the initial attack from Nebuchadnezzar, probably could have been forecasted. I agree. But what makes Ezekiel's prophecy unique is that he gives details that cannot be pawned off to good guessing or deliberate deceit. You'll be thrown into the sea. You'll be cast into the sea. Nebuchadnezzar, or excuse me, Alexander the Great, literally casted the city into the sea.
he
So
casted stones and timber. I get it. Some of them were
yes,
from the rubble, not all of them. I get it. But you know what? You can
right.
still see the pillars of old Tyre existing.
Yes, we've excavated certain parts of Tyre, and but most of it is buried under the Mediterranean Sea. What you see on Google Maps is not the city that was prophesied of. It's a city that was built atop the rubble or on top of the old Tyre. Um, Tyre did not have McDonald's or KFC. All right, it was a distinct city. It was probably second. The Phoenician city of Tyre was probably second in prominence to Babylon. Okay, and it so the prophecy is really describing the fall of a prominent city. But what makes Ezekiel's prophecy great is that it is not mundane. It is very specific, and it gives details that can't be pawned off. And that's why I like Ezekiel. Most of the prophets just simply prophesied the sacking of the city, right? That this city would be conquered by this city. Ezekiel does that here, but he gives us he's a lot more precise in detail. I don't know why this one is the one that's always picked on by skeptics.
You're the one who picked this one.
Um, it's my favorite, yeah. It's my favorite of all prophecies. Um, but is that okay? So if we can just sum up
So,
everything.
well, after the what is it? Alexander attacked uh, Tyre. He made it part of his empire. The city still existed,
And then it was attacked by several nations, including the Muslims, including the
and it
Crusaders,
still existed after that.
and it finally irrevocably fell in 1190 A.D. 1190 A.D. Never to be rebuilt again.
He said 1190 AD.
Yes, after several attacks, a succession of attacks, just as the prophet Ezekiel prophesied hundreds of years prior to.
All right, where do you see in 1190 AD
It
that was the last?
doesn't give you a date in scripture.
Well, they still exist. It still existed in 1120 to 1290 during the Crusader period.
Oh, 1290. I'm sorry. Did I say 1290 AD?
Yep. It still existed during the Mamluk period of 1290 to 1516 AD. It
No,
still existed during the Ottoman period of 1515 to
the Romans, I think, built what you see today, or some of the ruins that you see today were built by the Romans or the Christians.
then the city has been rebuilt.
No, they built
That is
atop.
hilarious.
They
That
built
is
on top of the
hilarious.
old city. On top of. Let me ask you another question. Here's another
But the city is
fun.
still rebuilt. Whether
No,
it's
you
on
would
top,
have needed to
below, it
restore
is.
the actual structures that were destroyed by
You don't need to
Nebuchadnezzar.
restore the actual structure.
I
You can
think you
rebuild
do.
a city without this restoring.
I think you
It's just
do.
hilarious. And then
Okay,
we
let me.
found
All
the
right,
old
so let me give you
structure.
another. Let me give you another scenario.
If you say
Uh,
that city, oh, this is
no,
hilarious.
he's prophesying about certain structures. Now, in the ancient Near East,
Then why doesn't he
you
specify that certain structure?
well, again, it's
It's because
detailed, but
it's
it's not going
not.
to give
It's
you every
because he
single
doesn't
detail you're
know.
asking for. I can always look at a prophecy and say, well, it didn't tell me this, therefore what? It's not going to give you every detail you desire, and if it does, you'll find another detail that it didn't give you, and suggest that it should have said that detail. So, I mean, you can play that game until the cows come home with the skepticism going wild.
You're playing the game
Um,
where something happens, but you're claiming it didn't happen.
Okay, so when you are saying, when Ezekiel is prophesying, he is looking at structures. He's
All
not.
right, we'll continue this next week. I do have some work I
Okay.
got to get done. Next
All
week,
right.
12 o'clock, same time.
Same time. I'm live every Sunday. If you want me to set up just a one-on-one with me, we could do that. Um, I think I might.
All right, we can contact. We can talk later. But
Okay.
I do got to go.
All right. What do you have?
Whoa.
COVID?
Yes, I do.
Oh, booster.
All right, I'm working from home right now, so.
All right. All right. Be well.
All right, we'll see you then.
Okay. All right. Jefferson Spatchcock. Jefferson Spatchcock. Let's start where we left off. I think Jefferson has. Yeah, that's COVID.
Jill denied the existence of God, so I guess he's an atheist now.
Cool.
Well, he did.
He did. He was
he did
trying to be clever in an exchange of comments with AJ. I went through them and read them while you guys were chatting while we were going through that. And yeah, it's bad. He's trying to be smart. He's trying to be clever. He's making it doesn't make any. AJ's basically in the comments just asked him, "Do you think it's okay if God kills kids?" Right? And Jill is
All right, so give you some context here. I did the same thing I did with the atheist who just left the stream. Uh, playing or suggesting that God doesn't exist doesn't mean I believe God does not exist. Of course, I believe God exists. I believe a man rose from the dead. Okay. But in this scenario, I took God out of the picture so that the atheist could not leverage God to prove their morality to be, or their stance on this subject to be moral or more moral. So we're only going to look at, if I'm a Christian, I'm a Christian, and from a, what are those people called that practice, that are Christians but they don't believe in the supernatural? Social Christians, I guess. Okay. So I believe in the precepts of the Bible, the prescriptions, the moral prescriptions in the Bible, but anything God does, I can't judge, because God doesn't exist. So that's the point. I'm not suggesting that God doesn't exist. Okay. Um, but of course, the Spatchcocks would love to take that and run with it. We got Jill to admit God doesn't exist. No, I'm just stepping in your worldview and I'm pretending to be an atheist. This is just an exercise. All right, so we're two atheists. Me and AJ, I'm pro life, he's pro choice. Defend your pro choice now. Now that you can't simply pawn off your lack of judgment when it comes to abortion and discernment and morality and empathy, you can't just pawn it off to God did it too. Well, God did it in the Bible, therefore it's okay for me to do it. So, in order to cut that, nip that in the bud, Mama used to say, I just suggest that God doesn't exist. So that's what I was doing here. Jefferson says he's trying to be clever.
Is trying to switch it back onto him and say like, well, he has to show that there's something wrong somehow from his worldview, that killing kids is wrong because there's no God and everything's subjective, and that kind of usual mealy mouth bullshit. Um, and then AJ's like, I'm not asking you for an argument. I'm just saying, I'm asking you for your opinion. Do you think that's okay? And I wouldn't have asked him that because I've known Jill. Jill has said, yeah, God can kill kids. I remember getting into an hour and a half long discussion with Jill one of the first times I talked with him, where I was arguing against Skylar Fiction's point because I was like, I don't think there's anything wrong with God killing babies. And I got into an argument with him. Iveco may have been there. And I was like, no, because it's a category error. God can kill kids all the time, every time that he wants. And Jill said something about justification, and I corrected him. I'm like, God doesn't need justification to
All right. So Jefferson is confused. Okay, it's not that God doesn't. I'm not saying that God doesn't need justification. What I'm saying, he's justified in everything he does. We believe, we have faith, even though we don't know what the justifications are. We believe that God is justified, that he has a good purpose for everything that he does or allows to happen. All things are working together for the good. Now, here's where all means all, liberal. Um, uh, synergist. Synergist. Here's where all shouldn't you should take the interpretation of all meaning all here, not in other places. But all things are working together for the good. So we believe that God has a morally good, justifiable reason for even allowing Hitler to exist. We just don't know it, right? So it can exist, the justification can exist, and God can be justified, but he's not justified in our understanding or in our limited finite position because we don't have all of the parameters that were involved in the decision making. As if God is making decisions in the same way we are. I'm not saying that, but we don't have all of the information. Therefore, we are in no position to say whether or not what he's doing is just. So when I said that there is a justifiable reason, I'm just saying there exists one, but I'm saying I don't know it. I may not be aware of it. Scripture may not tell us. Scripture does tell us why he sent the Israelite army to destroy the Amalekites. And we would say that's justifiable based on the position or the moral position that we would take today. If there were a nation that were systematically killing Jews and we found out about it, I would hope that Biden would send the troops. He probably won't, but so God sometimes gives us a glimpse into his reasoning. But that doesn't mean that that's going to be the case for everything that happens in the Bible. Okay. So that's more so what I was saying, rather than God doesn't need justification. I'm more so saying we don't have to know what his justification is. As a Christian, you should trust that even though you're sick, that God has a good reason. And I often try to, skeptics or liberals would say, secular humanists would say, look for the silver lining, right? They stole that from God. Look for the silver lining in all of, and even in bad situations. So that's what I try to do with my life. Only because I believe in God, I would say that all things are working together for my good. So the reason why God allowed this idiot to hit me while driving drunk is because there was someone in the hospital that needed to hear the gospel. The same hospital that I would be taken to, the same ICU unit or the same intensive care unit that I would be taken to. There would be this individual there, that needed to hear the gospel. God allowed my car to break down. He allowed me to be forgetful and forget to do the maintenance on the car, because there was a homeless man. He needed me walking in that direction on this day, because there would be a homeless man that would be walking in the same direction, and he would need to see me, and he would need to hear the gospel that I would be presenting. So God is working in mysterious ways, and ways that we don't understand, and we trust him that when he is doing something, whether it's in scripture or in our lives, that it is for the good. We just don't know all contingencies or all factors that are involved, or why he's doing what he's doing. God may be doing something in your life today. You don't understand why it's happening. But if he were to show you and look down the corridors of time and show you 10,000 years from now, I'm not saying um, it has to be 10,000 years, and you were to say, oh, that's why you allowed me to break my arm, because 10,000 years. So God is not sitting in heaven trying, well, Iranics God may be, but God is not sitting in heaven trying to figure things out based off of the information that he presently has. God is doing things and decreeing things, knowing everything that's going to happen, and all of these converging factors. Every converging factor that's possible, every contingency that's possible in the universe, God already knows it, because he's already decreed it. Okay. Um, so Jefferson, if you're going to critique a Christian, you must accept that as an axiom, because that is what we believe the Bible teaches about the God of the Bible. Therefore, he cannot be judged. You cannot judge someone who has exhibit A through Z when you only have exhibit A. He's got more evidence than you. He knows more facts about the case than you. You only know what you can see. I don't know, how far away can humans see? We can't. Owls can see a mile away. We can't even see that far away.
Kill anyone. He's automatically justified. Is that
He's automatically
a
justified.
creature would need justification to kill another creature, but a creator doesn't. That's from your stance. And he tried to correct me and kept arguing with me.
He tried to correct me and kept arguing with me. Yeah, because that's not exactly my argument. But Jefferson is just. You notice how he says I was in his room what did he say, a few months ago? Yeah, he's never coming back. Him or his brother, they're just afraid of me now. Beta male comment of the week. Beta male comment of the week, and it comes from an atheist. No surprise.
Because you have the mindset and nature of a woman. As a beta male, not an alpha male. Beta male, yes. Beta male. Beta. You're a beta male? You're a beta male. Not an alpha male. Beta. What a shame. Mommy's boy. As a beta male.
Mommy's boy. Another mommy's boy. Just something. Now, I mean, this was on one of Matt Dillahunty's channels. I'm going to be talking about Matt Dillahunty in a few weeks coming up. But it had to do with me again. I go into these atheist rooms. I'm sort of like Paul when he went up to the men on Mars Hill, the Stoics. Only they were willing to debate him. I show up on Mars Hill, and everyone closes their doors. So this guy, but they're willing to comment in comment sections at me and throw shots and throw shots at the scriptures and at the Bible. That's a no around me. You cannot be in a room and say something about the Bible and have me just sitting there silent. Are you kidding me? So, this guy comments, and I said, okay, sure, I'll be live today at noon. The only one out of 20 atheists all week that I've encountered, only one showed up. That's the state of atheism. Only one showed up. Is the link still? Let me post the link again. Only one. 'Cause I'm not even looking at the chat. But only one showed up, and he's brave. He's a brave man. Um, he got destroyed, but at least he showed up and tried to defend what he believed to be true. So I have to give him credit. He's welcome to come back. I also want to introduce KiKi to the rest of the community, because if we're going to be honest about what it is that we believe, we really believed what we believed, and we really were confident in what we believed about the Bible, liberal, then you would not be afraid to debate. You would not be afraid to have your ideas um, challenged in a forum in which they can rightfully be vetted, fully investigated. And it's very difficult to do that in a comment section, especially with YouTube censoring certain commentary. Okay, so he says, "This is just a guy." Oh, I get it, just a guy. This is his excuse as to why he can't debate me. This is why he won the beta male comment of the week. Beta male comment of the week. Harley Sport sounds like he's from Ireland or something. Ireland, Harley Sport. I just don't see live on YouTube. I watch football. He spelled football wrong. It's F-U-T. All right, F-U-T. Yes, you don't spell football the same. He probably means rugby. All right, I watch rugby. It's not football, sir. It's rugby. With my village league too. I don't see a challenge either, but being that I had a lot more going on a Saturday than just debating misanthropes. I don't know what that means. That think slavery must be okay. Okay, so he's saying, oh well, I don't want to debate you on this topic. Let me just translate the beta language. I'm going to translate the beta language to alpha language. I'm going to translate the beta language to alpha language. I don't want to debate you, Jill. I'm really not confident in what I believe. I was taught what I was taught about the Bible, but I really don't have confidence. So therefore, I really can't defend it. So therefore, I'm just going to say something like, I got a lot more going on with my life. Even though I have time to sit and write comments in my comment section, 50 comments. When it comes to putting on a microphone or a headset and a microphone and coming in and dealing with these issues in a forum in which they can be fully addressed, you can't obfuscate and ignore answers and ignore responses. That's when I'm going to come to you and tell you that I got a lot going on Saturday. And there's no way I'm waiting, chaffing at the bit for you to respond on anything, really. Just a guy responded the fastest I've ever had a response to one of my comments was just a guy, right? But all right, so let's move on. Dumb comment of the week. Dumb comment of the week goes to a Montreal Paul or other. This is the dumbest name. You know why you won dumb comment of the week? Not necessarily for the comment, but for this stupid name. A Montreal Paul or other. What? The YouTube algorithms are trying to figure this one out. The YouTube algorithm is scratching his head. A Montreal Paul or other. Okay, what was this stream supposed to be about? Oh, Jude 3. You know what? I'm gonna have to reschedule Jude 3. I don't know if I'm gonna have time. An atheist took up all my time. You see, this is I'm gonna have to reschedule Jude 3, and I'm just gonna rename this something else. Um, I'm just gonna rename this stream something else, and I'm gonna edit it up, and so it'll be nice and pristine. So you can go through and look and hear all the times that he failed in his attack on Scripture. What the text actually says is that if you beat your slave, dumb comment of the week, and they do not die within a day or two, which amounts to the same thing, you are not to be punished. That means it's illegal to do that. It's illegal to do what? It's legal to do what? Beat your slave? Okay, so um I wanted to save this for a couple of weeks from now when I go over Matt Dillahunty, one of his latest canards or ruse, latest of ruses, um, which is the first one was, when is it ever okay to own another person? And the answer, of course, is when they want to be owned. And now he's got a new one. I don't know if it's new, but I've heard it for the first time. Would you ever be my slave under the laws of Exodus 21? So that's his new ruse that he's using on Christians now. All right, and that's a trick. Let me tell you why it's a trick or a ruse. Because he's where I can. Oh, he'll throw in the caveat where I can beat you. Where I can beat you. All right, that's a trick because he's trying to paint a picture in which the slave is being beaten arbitrarily. So that's an imposition onto the text. The Bible talks about beatings, okay, and that beatings are a part of the punishment when you break a law. When you break a commandment or a law, part of the punishment was that you be whipped or you be punished in some way, like a beating, a corporal type of punishment. Okay. So when you have a passage like this, where in Exodus 21, where it talks about beating, um, and the slave being beat. Now, there are interpretations of this passage which would not even indicate anyone is being beaten here, but that's fine. Let's say the atheist understanding of this verse has nothing to do with scholarship, and it doesn't. Let's say that this actually meant that the slave master could beat the slave. Let's grant him that. And that was the case, by the way, because he was head of household. So he would have been the police, he would have been the enforcer, he would have been the boss, basically. He gave the rules and he enforced the rules, and then he enacted punishment. That was his position as the master of that house or the master of that estate. Okay. The punishment they will assume is unwarranted in Exodus 21. They're assuming that the slave master, because remember, they want to paint the antebellum South in your head. They don't want to paint what's going on in Scripture. They want to paint antebellum South. So when you think of slave beating master, you think of unjustly beating the slave because the slave has no rights and the slave that doesn't have any worth, right? That's the first thing you think of when you hear beating of slaves. Not in the ancient Near East. In the ancient Near East, you could beat someone. You could, if you were an elder, you had the authority to beat. Let's read the text. Deuteronomy 25, verses 1 through 3. When men have a dispute, they are to take it to the who? To the court, and the who? The judges will decide the case. Right? So when there's a dispute, same thing today. You take it to the courts. A judge or a jury will decide the case. Let's keep reading. Acquitting the innocent and condemning the guilty. Sound familiar? You want to know where your 10 Bill of Rights come from? They come from the 10 Commandments, or they're derivatives of. If the guilty man deserves to be beaten. So what's the punishment for breaking the law in the Old Testament? Flogging, beating. Okay? So we don't have a problem with slaves getting beat because slaves would have been under the same Mosaic law that a non-slave was under. So if he broke the law, the master had the right to beat him, right? But you couldn't do it. You must not give him more than 40 lashes. And there was a Jewish superstition that if you got more than 39 lashes, you would die. So that was a Jewish superstition. So God put that in. He doesn't really care about the type of stuff. He'll use it to his advantage, right? That was a cultural thing, and that's what people believed. So God's not going to put fear in their heart by saying you get 41 lashes, and they're going to be like, "Oh no, don't you know, God, that after 39 you die?" So it was a superstition. So He says, "Okay, less 39 or less 40, one less 40." Okay, so you got 39 lashes. All right. Um, so the slave would have been given lashes for the same reason why a non-slave would get lashes. All right, an Egyptian mode of whipping was often used or adopted by the Israelites. Remember, they were a vassal of Egypt for a number of years before the Pharaoh went crazy and decided he was going to start abusing them, and God said, "Let him go." Right? You read the story. All right, so this was an Egyptian form of whipping where you would get strokes, you would get beatings. All right. And I know it's tough. I know, but that was the way they punished. The atheist, as I demonstrated earlier, really doesn't have a problem with the morality in the Bible. They more so have a problem with the punishments that are given out. Okay. They think the rapist should only get 5 years in prison. God thinks the rapist should die. They think, that a woman that commits adultery should not be punished with barrenness. The Bible believes that she should, but they do believe adultery is wrong and it should be some form of punishment. And they do believe rape is wrong and there should be some sort of punishment. So you don't really have an argument against the morality of God, but you have an argument against maybe corporal punishment, Deuteronomy 25, Exodus 22. You might have a problem there, okay, but you don't have a problem with the morality of the Bible. I just wanted to make that clear. And our atheist friend KiKi basically admitted that he didn't have a problem with the law against rape. I hope he doesn't. Um, so the beatings there are not because to as far as exploitation is concerned. That's not what's going on in the text. So you must be careful when you're dealing with Matt Dillahunty not to let him gaslight, like they would say, like the kids would say. Don't let him gaslight. If he brings up beatings, immediately ask him, why do you think the slave was being beat? And then you'll discover his motivation. His motivation is, his presupposition rather is, the slave is being unjustly punished, perhaps because he didn't work too hard. And I'm going to prove it. I'm going to prove it in a couple of weeks when I do the video. It might be in 3 weeks on this subject. All right. I'm going to save that for then. And oh, look, it's Thicky here. Thicky is here and Slim Jim. What's going on, gentlemen? I guess
Who is
Thicky.
Thicky?
Thicky, that's you.
I'm Thicky?
Yes,
Why?
that's your new name.
How so?
That's what I call you.
Okay, so do you have a reasoning or a
Yeah, that's
cause?
just the name that you've earned over the years.
Okay,
All your
so
shenanigans,
like what?
like doxing, like uh, trying to defame brothers in the faith, accusing the brethren, what Satan does, your
Okay,
daddy.
so whom did I dox and whom did I accuse?
Well, I don't have any evidence that you dox. That's a rumor, but I have evidence that you falsely accused Smokey.
I
I
what
thought
do you
real men
mean? You
didn't deal
know,
with rumors, Joe.
are you saying that Smokey's name is Josh? He said that's not his
Yeah, it's a
name.
false accusation that he was the guy
So
in that picture.
so that's not doxing now, is it?
I just said he can't hear too well, or maybe it's the English is a language barrier. I just said that's a rumor. I have no evidence, no hard evidence of doxing, but I do have evidence of you falsely accusing the brethren, like your father
How
Satan.
okay,
Jill, I
so
thought
tell
real
me
men didn't spread rumors.
so how did I like falsely accuse others? Whom did I falsely accuse?
I just said Smokey. You falsely
Smokey's
accused him
name.
of being someone in that guy in that picture when he looks nothing like him.
I don't. I disagree with that. I have many evidence to back up that he is that actual
Well, we've seen
person.
the pictures. They don't look alike. They look nothing alike.
Well,
Unless you
that's
think
your
all white
opinion.
men look the same.
Well, you know, all the black guys do too,
Oh, the black
especially
guys
when
do
it's
too.
dark.
You're a racist, dude.
Well, you started it, man.
All right.
So
So,
here's the thing. Let's start this over, Jill.
oh my
Um,
goodness.
your name is Jill.
My what?
Your name is Jill. Is that your
My
name?
my name is Dr. Saint Jill.
Okay, so you don't have a name
Dr.
like
Saint
Josh, huh?
Dr. Saint Jill.
See, like we Christians usually have name and a face. So what do you reckon that Smokey's name is? Do you know his name?
Um, I don't know. No, I don't know his legal name, and I
So
don't want to know.
okay, so you don't even know his name, yet you think that I'm doxing. Yet you don't even know his face, yet you think that I'm falsely accusing. That's really weird, man. You are weird.
Okay, okay. So the pictures, the evidence that you presented is not evidence. It's not him. It's another man. Okay, so you
Well, I
falsely
mean,
accused the man. You
I
falsely
really,
accused the
really,
man of
I
doing a
really beg.
heinous crime, and you could not back
Okay.
it up.
No, I backed up more than like many,
No, you
many
didn't.
times. Yes,
Not
I
with those
did.
pictures. You're
You
gonna have
can
to do
go.
better than that.
You can. No, actually, no, not really. I provided many pictures. I even provided even like solid receipts out there.
Did
Even
you?
his phone
Yeah.
numbers and his address. I didn't like dox those, but they're all confirmed.
Yeah, they're all confirmed. Right. We believe you.
Right. No, they're
Yeah.
all confirmed. But
Did you know you?
the thing is that you don't have those like materials yet. You are the one falsely accusing.
Yeah, I've seen the evidence that you presented, sir. If you have evidence that you have not presented and you want to present it to me in some form or fashion, go right ahead. My email address is in the
No,
description of
actually,
all my
I mean,
videos.
it's
But I
up to
said the
you.
evidence that you presented is not convincing. In fact, it's more of a false accusation, I would say, because the people in those pictures look nothing like Smokey.
Well, I mean, I beg to differ.
Okay,
But
that's fine.
anyway,
That's
like
your
I don't know
opinion.
what kind of evidences that you have looked up, but you can
I need
actually
hard
check out.
evidence.
Okay, you can actually check out the so-called the link that I have provided in the private chat, and also the one that he vehemently denies him being so-called Jay with Jesse Lee Peterson interview. I have
Mhm.
provided that link as well. It's just below. So you can check it out. I mean, you can tell me then,
Yeah.
after that, right?
I think I've seen everything that you've already provided, and I'm not convinced. But
Well,
I
I
mean,
mean,
if you think
I
that's
mean
enough evidence
that's
to
your
accuse
problem.
someone, if
No,
you think that's enough,
it's not
then
an accusation. It's a fact. It's
it's a
stating the fact that right, stating the fact that he was with Jesse Lee Peterson interview
uh-huh.
about 100 pounds ago. It's a fact that he has such records and such and such. So I mean, if you need to counter it, go ahead and counter it. Again, I
All right. Well,
respect your opinion.
since you're here, wasting my time with this, with gossip
But
and rumors.
anyway, so talk about
Yeah,
something else then.
yeah. I'm going to talk about your comment. Your comment won Chat Rat Comment of the Week, and since you're here, I was hoping you can interpret. Um, you can give us an interpretation of this passage. Yeah, and it's a Chinese rat. When is the year of the rat? Was that in 2020?
I have no idea, man. I'm not
Thicky?
Chinese.
Was that okay?
Why
All right. So
you keep
you
calling me Thicky?
that's your name.
Whatever your name is.
All right. So
Is
congratulations,
that
Thicky.
your morality? Is that why that you get all
That's
laughed at by
my
atheists?
morality. Yes. Yeah. I
No
mock
wonder you get
unbelievers.
all laughed at by atheists. I mean, you cannot even like hardly respect anyone, huh?
I mock unbelievers. So
You cannot
um,
even pretend or anything. Hey, my name is Sam. You can call
Sam,
me Thick Shades if
Uncle
you
Sam,
want.
Thick
Uncle Sam
Shades.
that I am. That's my another channel. Yes.
Ah, that's your other channel. Okay. He plugged his channel.
Right.
No one's watching, so you can plug all you want to. No one's gonna watch.
I well
You gotta go on
again back
Smokey's channel
I
and plug
again
it.
back to differ because people watch my channel.
People watch.
At
I'm talking
least
about my
more
channel.
than yours though. At least more
Yeah,
than
I'm talking
yours.
about my channel. Yeah, so you
I thought
can't
you were
plug your
talking about
channel
my
here. No
channel.
one's gonna know about it because no one watches me. All right, but
Oh,
I just wanted to
okay.
congratulate you for winning the
You were the
rat
one who came last time on
chat
my
rat
hand.
comment of the week. Comes
You were the
from
one
yours
actually like
truly,
commenting on my hand last
and
time. So
it's a
thank you for coming
Chinese
by last
rat.
time.
A Chinese rat. So I need you to interpret this. Can
Hmm.
you interpret what does this mean? This is
Yeah,
not English.
what like for example, like what kind of crapola are you
What
talking
what
about?
what is a crap? What does that mean? That is not how you
Crapola.
spell
Well,
what.
if you do not know crapola, then you should dig
This
it
is
up.
not Wuhan, Sam. This is
Crapola is not
America.
Wuhan nor African. It's
It-
English.
oh, Africa. How you know I'm from Africa?
Well, I mean, how do you know that I'm from Wuhan?
Because you are.
Well, then like because you are then.
So tell us what this means.
Well, so
Translate.
African. So don't you
Mhm.
know like crapola is in dictionary?
Crapola is it a dictionary?
Yeah, man, look it up, man.
Okay, so what about this first word? WAAAAT.
Well, can't you like read it? Try to read
Um,
it.
that's not a word. What does that mean?
Well, I mean, do you not know how to
All right, forget
pronounce?
about that's supposed to say what? I get it. All right. What kind of stupid crapola is this? And then what is this word here? OBOI. What is that? What does
Oh,
that
you
mean
use
in
that. I
Wuhan?
mean, you are the one using it too.
What
Were
does
you
that mean in
using it?
Wuhan? Yeah, I started using it after you. I don't even know what it means.
So
What does
like
that
you
mean?
were using it without even knowing?
Yes, yeah. Yeah, what does it
Well,
mean?
no wonder. No wonder you just believe without
Okay.
even knowing why you
So you don't know
believe.
what it means.
Of course I do.
Okay, translate. What does it mean?
Well, obviously, what does it say?
Boy,
But
bull.
what? Okay, what is?
BOI.
Okay, good job,
Yeah, what does it
boy.
mean? I didn't ask you what it says. What does it mean?
That means kind of like you're a little kid, like a
Oh
little
boy,
kid.
like BOY. Okay.
BOI,
Oh,
boy,
BOI. Okay.
a
All right.
little kid like you. I call boy.
Brilliant. Brilliant.
So
Brilliant
what kind of
work there,
crapola
Sticky.
is that? What kind of crapola are you talking about? Even like to the point that you cannot even address others properly.
Slim Jim, what you want to talk about?
That's why I say that's you are crapola, man. Oh, Slim Jim. Hey, Slim Jim, how are you doing? It's been a long time.
Hello.
Wow, it's
How are
been
my
What's going on,
ages.
Slim Jim? What you want to talk about?
How's your army? How's your army thing? Are you still in the army?
Yes, I am.
Good, good.
I
All
actually
right.
had a
You
question for
must
you.
you must be like
Um,
higher rank right now.
Jill, you
Yes,
say that real men don't spread rumors, right?
right.
So why are you talking to Sam here about rumors about what he's done?
Well,
Oh,
people say that he's doxed people in the past.
that's a rumor.
Um,
You said it was a rumor.
right.
So why are we talking
Yeah.
about rumors? I thought we didn't deal with rumors.
Well, if I mention it and then I say, you know what, that's a rumor, and second thought, I'm not making a stream and entitling it Thicky doxes.
Sam.
Okay. If I do that, then you'll have an argument
Oh, so it's
if I do
only
that. Yeah.
wrong if you make a stream about it.
Yeah, if you actually are going to investigate and actually propose this as an actual fact, I quickly said after I said it, well, that's a rumor. I don't have any facts. I didn't make a video trying to talk about something that I didn't have evidence for. That's what Jay Pasick does. That's what your friends do, whom you never call out, by the way. But you're here calling me out because of a clip of 5 seconds.
That's G-man logic.
Brilliant,
You
brilliant.
know, that's the
No,
G-man
I'm
logic.
just
Good job.
That's
Good job,
triple
Slim.
play,
either
man.
look, Jill, either something is wrong all of the time or it's not wrong at all. Right?
Right. And I quickly said, you know what? That's a rumor. Let me not say that. Let me talk about what I know is fact.
You
I
did
quickly
not
said it
say that.
after
You did
5.
not say that.
I didn't
Come
say
on,
that.
man.
Thicky, did I say that that's a rumor? I do not
Sam,
have
man,
any facts.
try to address others properly. All right. I
Okay.
mean, don't you want to
I'm
be like,
sorry. Sam, did I
okay?
not say that that's
Mhm.
a rumor? I do not have evidence. Let's talk about what I believe is fact, which is
And
what
that
you were doing.
and
Um,
that I and then
okay.
I said
Thank you.
that
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you,
and
Thicky.
then I
That's all I
said
needed.
that
He's
you're
not
falsely
agreeing with
accusing.
you.
You are
He's
the
saying,
one
and then.
falsely accusing. No, I
Yes,
said
and
you are
then
the
I
one
falsely
falsely
accused you.
accusing.
Yeah, I falsely accused you of talking
Spreading
about
spreading
spreading
rumor
rumors about
and
Smokey. Yes, right. I have
but
evidence of that. Yes,
so
I
so
seen the
you admit it.
pictures.
You have admitted that you are falsely accusing with false information and rumor.
No,
And
I'm
yep,
calling you out for spreading false rumors and making false accusations and accusing the
Well,
brethren.
how can you know whether it's false when you don't even know what's true or
your
false?
call out is a rumor.
My call out is a rumor.
You're calling him out on rumors about him.
No, I've seen him
You
call.
are.
I've seen him make videos about Smokey.
That
That's
you
not a
don't know
rumor.
whether it's true or
He made
not.
it public. It's not a rumor.
And you're still getting on him about doxing him. You were even arguing with him
No,
about the
you're
definition of
still going
doxing.
back like a dog to its vomit. You're still going back to doxing. I already said that was a rumor. I don't have any evidence of that. And
Yes,
yet
and then
you're
after that,
fixated.
you
And
kept
then no,
challenging
doxing
him.
has nothing to do with the second accusation, false accusing the brethren.
Hey Jill, do you
That
know what
he's
doxing
doing.
means? Hey Jill, do you know
That's
what
not a
doxing
rumor.
means? Do you know what doxing means? According to like terms
What
of
does it
service
mean?
on according to terms of service on YouTube, it has to be full name.
Uh,
calling you by your public first name is not called doxing. Okay, it's a public name. It's a
You
first
know what?
public name,
You know what I
right?
think, Thicky?
And also, you said no, Sam. Also, you
Oh,
said
I'm
that you don't
sorry.
even know his name, and
Uh-huh.
that you don't know then whether I'm doxing or not, even if like I call him first name.
You
But
don't know
like,
his name either.
way to
I
confirm.
know his name.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do.
How do you know his name?
I know his real estate license. I know even
How do
his
you know that?
address. Yeah, it's all like from the background check, man.
From the
I
background.
mean,
How
it's
do you
like
get a
all
background? How do you get a background
obviously
check
from
on
like real
someone?
estate. I mean, he's a real estate agent.
How do you get a background check on someone if you don't know
It's
their real name?
public. He's public. His name is public.
How do you
Hey,
know that's
what's
his
up,
real
Jack?
name?
That is your real name with his
How do you know that?
face.
How
Isn't
do
this
you know that?
amazing, Jay?
Yeah, how do you know that? The people
This
that you
is just
show me, you have four
Yeah,
different
he was
people.
on camera. Hey, Jill,
You
he
have
was on
four
camera.
different. So you have
This
the
is hilarious.
ability to
Jill.
to use facial recognition software to find out people's ID, like the FBI.
In fact, I do. Yeah.
Oh, you do. Okay. Hey, Jay Behar is here.
This
Hey,
guy's
hey,
an idiot.
hey, thick shades.
He
When
has facial recognition software,
I got,
Jay.
I've got a bit of advice for thick shades. When Jill asks you
Yeah.
to interpret what you wrote, just tell him, like the Bible, what you write interprets itself.
Yeah, I noticed. Oh, poor Jill.
Thank you, Jay. Thank you for that. Yeah, the
Hey.
Bible
Yeah.
interprets itself, and
Hey,
so
I'm not
does
the one.
Thicky.
I'm not the one calling the Korean a Chinese person. I'm sorry, but I can
Well,
at least. The fact that you can't even get that right is pretty pathetic, dude.
it's
Where
the
is
year of the
Wuhan,
rat.
Jill?
So
Jill, where is Wuhan?
According to Jill, it's
China.
somewhere in North Korea.
China,
Where
China
is
did it. China.
China spelled G-I-N-I-A.
Oh boy.
China.
Yeah. Any other questions?
It's like the most. It's
Yeah,
like the most
so-
ridiculous thing. It's like when somebody sits there and go, "Yeah, I know where you're from. You're from China," and they go, "Let's look at me, Korean. Fuck off."
Yeah,
Korean.
Koreans hate when you call them Chinese, and Chinese hate when you call them
Why
Korean.
would you
Notice
do
that?
something that other people's hate?
Why
and
is
you
that?
freaking racist. You're such a
It's not-
racist, man.
It's not. It's not. It's. I don't even think that. I can honestly. Thick shades. I don't think you find it necessarily offensive to be called Chinese, but at the same time, it's just kind of ridiculous. You are Korean, not Chinese. It's like, for fuck's
Right,
sake.
right.
I
So,
think, but
so
I think,
obviously,
I think he's saying that because, like, by calling me Wuhan or something, he thinks that because I'm an Asian,
It's the
and he
Corona
thinks that
Dragon.
you
He's
know
like,
I'll rail me up and
you were
stuff. Come on.
responsible. You were responsible for the Corona Dragon invention. Yeah.
well, yeah. So what I've done ever since Thicky here called me,
Sam, man, what the heck,
Sam,
man?
I'm
What the heck?
sorry. Ever since Sam called me the N-word, I've been
N-word. I
on.
never call you N-word. Are you
Yeah,
nuts?
you did.
Numpty?
No, I never did,
Oh,
man.
you
I
called
called
me a
you
stupid black
man.
guy. You called me a
Nimrod?
stupid. I'm sorry. You
No,
called
no,
me
I didn't call you stupid black guy. I said
that was.
I said
You
I
called me a
said
stupid black guy.
I said black man, and then when you
Stupid
do
black
a
man. I'm
stupid
sorry.
thing,
Stupid black man.
right?
That's a
I mean,
slur.
Okay. So ever since then,
when you do a stupid thing, calling me Wuhan and stuff, that is stupid.
No. You called me
Are
stupid
you
black
saying
man
that? Are you
first.
saying that you're not? Are you saying that you're not black man?
Yeah, I'm not a stupid.
Are you? No, hold on, man. Are you saying you are not a
So,
black man?
Let's get the
Like a
narrative
competition to
straight.
see.
Let's get the narrative straight.
Okay, let's get it
Let's get the
straight.
narrative straight.
You are a black man, but I am
You
not a
called
Wuhan
me
man.
a stupid
Okay?
black man,
Because
and
you
then
called me
I
like some
began the
Wuhan.
Wuhan, and then I began the Wuhan attacks.
Oh, is it the other way around? Or maybe you have done some other
Yeah.
stupid thing. But anyway,
Yes,
so
I
you
know.
are
And
a
then you put
you
race.
are a
You infused
no,
race.
no,
You
it's not a race.
infused.
You
Hold on.
call me.
You infused.
Aren't you not a black man?
Hold
Aren't
on.
you not a black
Relax.
man?
Yeah, of
No,
course.
Jill. Are
That's
you
what they
not
call
a
me.
black man? Right.
I've already
So
answered
you
that.
are a black man. It's nothing to be a racist.
Okay. So
But
you
when you call an Asian man as Wuhan, that
he's
is
triggered.
being
He's
racist.
triggered. Welcome back. Okay.
Do you
So
understand?
Okay, yeah. So when
It
you
just follows
infuse,
that Jill
wait,
is a
Jefferson, let me
racist, and
respond really
so
quickly,
it
and I'll let
follows
you.
that his
You're
God
getting
would be
Hold on,
crazy.
hold
racist.
on. Let me respond
As a
really quickly.
racist
Shut
God,
up.
it's venting its rage upon the Asian people with
Okay, thank you,
coronavirus,
Jefferson.
according to
So
Jill,
when
Dr. St.
you
Jill.
first infused race
Doctor.
into the situation, you began with the racial epithets. There was no reason for you to mention me being black and putting black and stupid in the same sentence unless it was meant to be a racial epithet.
You're still being a
So
stupid black man.
so
Am I
therefore,
am I
therefore,
legitimately hearing Jill try to
But
play the race card here?
therefore,
Tiptoeing
therefore,
around it,
it's
definitely.
open season, Wuhan, Wu Tang. What's going on,
if you
Veckel?
do not know the
Oh,
difference,
this
man,
is
I
two
don't know what
wrongs
to
make a
say,
right,
man.
isn't it? Not
Jim,
if your brother, if
Oh,
somebody strikes you
now
across
Slim
the
Jim's
cheek,
gonna pull
turn.
out his
Call,
catechism. He's
calling
gonna pull
you
out his
a
catechism
black
on me.
man, you being a black man and calling you black man is not being
Stupid
racist.
black
But you
man.
At
calling
least
Asian man as Wuhan when
The
Hey,
he's
only
not
way,
even
Jill,
from Wuhan,
the only
that
one
is
that can get
racist.
away with that, Jefferson wanted to say something. The only one that can get away with that is Joe Biden calling the black man a stupid black man.
I was gonna
What
say
was
at
you? What
least
did you want to say, Jefferson?
I was just gonna say at least Slim's got a church, an actual church he belongs to. I don't know what crazy cult you're going to.
didn't this one guy
I belong
once
to a
say that
church
if
too.
somebody
I'm a deacon.
if somebody strikes you across the on one side of the face, turn your cheek and let him strike you on the other?
I knew he was going to cite the one verse that he's allowed to be taught in his church. Not John 14:6, but Matthew. What's that? Matthew
That's
7.
a convenient out. We'll just dance
Yeah.
around that point,
So
won't we?
turning the other cheek means that you forgive the person that harmed you. I forgive Thicky, but that doesn't mean
Oh,
I'm not going to have fun.
here come the
Sam,
rationalizations.
you're so
That doesn't
stupid.
mean I'm not going to have
Sam,
fun with him.
man.
He should
Sam.
not have taken that first step. Once you cross that line, it's open season, Thicky.
I love the.
Sam.
I like
And
the
also,
It's
fact.
open season.
I mean, is he the only one who doesn't
I
get
wasn't
what I'm trying
offended.
to
Why are
say?
you offended?
Yeah,
Why are
he's
you
the only one
offended?
that gets it.
You can call black men
Wow.
stupid black man, and use
I think
that
it's.
type
I
of
think this is funny.
description to describe a black
Stating a
man.
fact that you are a
But
stupid
when
black man
someone
is not
calls
a
you,
racist.
when someone
Okay?
calls you a racial name or a racial insult, you get all touchy.
You can call me
You
stupid
know,
Korean man.
everything
That's
Jill
not
is saying
I
racist.
didn't
right
get
now.
triggered.
I'll see you guys
But
later.
when you actually
this is
address
appropriately on
Asian
fire.
person as
It's
Wuhan, that
great.
is being
I can smell the
racist.
smoke.
All
Okay.
right.
Take care.
All right. Why are
So
you
I can probably
offended?
see it.
Jefferson's going to
so
strike. He's going to start another Darth video in about
so the fact that you are
5
a
minutes.
stupid black man is not being a
Hey,
racist.
Jay
Is it-
Behar, why
When you
aren't you
call
streaming?
an
Why aren't
Asian
you?
man as Wuhan when he's not of Wuhan, that
All
is
right.
being
So,
Okay.
racist.
hey
All right.
Sam,
You're hurt. You're
Uh-huh.
hurt. I'm sorry.
hey Sam,
Yeah.
you know Jill's got this tell, right? Is when he starts trying to insult people or like, posture, you've actually cut him real deep and now he's real sensitive.
I don't know why he
like an
must be. I
exposed
mean, he
mirror.
calls himself a Christian.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah. All
interesting.
right. So your
But he
your
hasn't
feelings are
developed.
hurt.
He
I'm
hasn't.
sorry.
But he hasn't
But
developed that
all I'm
thick skin
saying
yet.
is that if you can't handle the
Stuck a
heat,
nerve.
stay out of the kitchen. All right. That's all I'm saying. If you're
Oh,
going to call people and use racial insults and call people stupid black men,
No,
then
man,
you should be
it's not
able to take
a
it.
racial
You should be able to
insult.
take it like
Do
I
you not
did.
know the difference? Even
You should
Veckel
be
probably
able to
knows the
take it
difference.
like
with
I did.
Jillian's definition of racial insults here actually
it's
sounds a
pretty.
lot like liberals
Pretty.
of TikTok.
It is. It is pretty liberal.
Agree.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because
yeah, I totally agree.
it's like if
You
somebody
should
called
be a
me a
man.
stupid.
Be a man
Like,
and take it. If you dish it, I'll be able to take it. That's all.
okay, then why are you
So
bitching about being called a stupid black man?
I'm not. I brought that up, genius, to demonstrate what the narrative is. The narrative started with him.
But
The
that's not
racial
racist. But
insult
that's not.
started with him.
But that's not
That's
racist.
why I brought it up. I
but that's
wasn't
yeah,
complaining.
exactly.
I'm
That's
happy
not
that he
racist.
did it
But
because
he's
now
not.
I have an excuse to use these
But he's not.
racial insults that I've been wanting to use.
But
I
he's
just
not.
didn't have a Chinese person that
But
called
he's.
me a racial insult to use them on.
But
I'm
he's
just
not.
curious.
Chinese person.
I'm just curious. Do people actually
And now I do.
But he's
I'm
not
just curious that
But he's not misrepresenting you. You are a black man, and you are stupid.
can I ask
Okay,
a question?
all right.
Can I
Right,
ask a question?
but Vecco, am I not right when you infuse race? Then just call me a stupid man. right? When you infuse
hold on.
race,
I just got to ask a question. Do people actually believe that Jill doesn't know the difference between Chinese and Korean?
no,
Yes.
no,
Yeah, I
they
think
no, they did.
Yes, I think he
I
does.
believe
Yes,
that
I
he
think he
has no
doesn't.
idea.
I'm actually surprised that
Yeah,
people
they-
don't
And I
realize.
and I
They're
know that
trolling,
he's
they're
being
trolling.
he's being quite racist.
No. Well, Jill. The reason why is because there are some really dumb people in this world that
Yes,
don't
Jill's
really
one of them.
understand. They don't really understand what you're doing when you call Sam
Vekel,
a Chinese.
Vekel,
They
but the
really
point is,
believe
Yeah,
that-
they
Yeah, he's being
they
a
do.
racist.
but the
Well,
point
Vekel,
is
they
that
do, but they
one's
don't
not
want.
necessarily misrepresenting the other culturally. One
They
person
do
is a
understand
black
what I'm
man.
doing,
The other
but
person
they
is
hate
not
it.
Chinese.
So
You
in
guys-
order,
Exactly.
so
That
they
is
hate the
different.
fact
You're-
that
Did you
I'm
guys
doing
see
it.
the debacle? Did you guys see the debacle that happened in Smokey's room
about-
the other day?
It's about misrepresentation. Okay, it's about
Did you guys
poor
see the
Thicky, poor
debacle?
Thicky. They
Did you
stop
guys-
calling
did-
people
So
stupid
when I
black
say
men.
guys,
like
hold
when I call him a stupid black man, I'm not misrepresenting him. But when he
Black
when he
and he's
calls
stupid.
me like Wuhan, whatever, that is misrepresenting. That is something that
poor
he does not
baby.
even see.
Poor
You know what I'm saying?
baby. All right, cry about it later. Cry about it later. All right, what were
Why?
you saying, Vekel?
Why are you so butthurt, man?
I'm not. I'm glad that you
Okay,
called me a
okay,
stupid
okay.
black man. Now I can go off on all my Wuhan jokes. I've had these prepared. I just couldn't use them until now.
Well, why you know?
Go
why
ahead.
do you
Go
think?
ahead, Vekel.
Why you keep misrepresenting? Why you keep
Misrepresenting.
Hey,
Stop
Sam,
crying.
Sam,
Stop
Why
let's
are you
keep-
false accusing?
Sam,
Why
we
are you
just
falsely
keep-
accusing?
If we keep
Huh?
going down this road, this channel's gonna get this stream is gonna get blocked.
Oh, because you and your brother are going to flag me. I know. Go ahead, Vekel.
No, I'm not
Little
gonna flag
racist,
you.
man.
Cowards. Go ahead, Vekel.
You're
Well, I was
quite
just gonna say,
ethically
I
challenged.
wonder if any of these guys.
I'll just
seen the
share
debacle
this.
that
I'll
happened
just share this
Smoke's
out on
channel
some
the other day.
liberal TikTok channel and just wait for
Yeah,
them
I'm
to
shocked
bomb
you're
it.
not doing. You're not streaming right now, sniping my channels
Yeah.
about Jill. The
You're
last
not-
4 weeks was dedicated to me, weren't they?
The lat. I didn't
Last
do
3
it.
weeks,
Nope.
4.
You're amazing content.
Are
Nope.
you sniping right now?
You should be as smart as your brother and start sniping Darth videos. That'll get you
No,
some
because
views.
that's Sam and Tom's bread and butter. I'm not.
Yeah,
gonna
that'll
take
get you.
that.
Yeah, if that were your bread and butter, you would have. You don't have any butter or bread.
There he goes. He's taunting you again, Jay.
He wants
That's
to
because you're not as smart as your brother.
You don't
All right.
want to butter
He's-
my bread? Hmm?
No,
Jay,
God.
he's
Go ahead,
taunting
Beckle.
again.
What'd
Beckle
you
was
say,
trying
Jim?
to say something before these clowns interrupted
Never
him.
mind. They don't want to hear it, obviously. So I keep getting cut off.
No, I don't ever like to hear anything from you, Vekel.
We actually agree on something for once, Vekel.
That was
I'm going to
sweet.
rename this stream. Obviously, I didn't get a chance to get to through 3.
Yeah,
but
we should rename the stream "Racist White Men Coming and Accusing Jill."
right, liberals.
Racist white men and one
Racism
Korean.
doesn't exist, Vekel. Come on.
No, it doesn't.
See?
I remember
We'll agree. Well, I
Beckham
agree.
calling me yellow
Only Jay. It
Yeah,
only
I did.
exists
I
when
did.
for proving it Asian.
Jay. Racism only exists when the news units drop in the N word with a hard R on Vekel.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Oh yeah. By the way, I don't. Yeah, you guys. You know, I love the hypocrisy here. You guys are talking all the sugar smack to Joe,
Poor
but
Becky.
not a single one of you said anything about what the news unit said to that other gentleman.
The news unit is one of your own. You guys have to deal with that shit.
Yeah.
Well, don't
I
talk about
agree.
morality then. Don't
One
talk
of
Wait,
about-
the news unit is a Christian?
One of those non-denominational gooftards from frickin'
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah,
He's a
that's what-
Christian? The
Well,
news
he claims
unit?
to be one. Yeah, he doesn't go
Oh.
to church. You know, he doesn't have any type of accountability. So you know, in the
Oh,
end,
yeah.
he
Yeah, one
loves-
of those.
Well,
Yeah.
he's not a Calvinist. He's not a Catholic, so he's fucked.
That's interesting. I could think
It's
of
not
a
good
couple
enough to be a
Christians who don't actively go to church that say shit on YouTube all the time.
Mm-hmm.
What church you
Say-
go
say-
to, Becky?
Say that again. Who
What church
doesn't
you go
church?
to?
Who doesn't go to
I
church?
said, what church do you go to, Vekel?
I go to is it non-denomination?
Wait, you're a
Well, I
Calvinist
don't
and you
even
go to a
know.
non-denominational church?
It's a mixed bunch of people, but my pastor refers to himself as a
Sounds-
Presbyterian.
Sounds liberal to me.
Is this
No.
your pastor, Vekel?
It's not.
Vekel, is this your pastor?
It's an uncomfortable
Yeah.
fact. White people fear black men. That's not fair, but it's true. What makes this even more unfair is that in the vast majority of cases, our fear of black men is in no way connected to our personal experience.
Yeah, unfortunately, my
He's so racist
my-
because he called black men black men. Oh my
unfortunately,
God.
it is rather unfortunate that my pastor is kind of slowly veering. Yeah, slowly. Not but he is reformed.
Leave.
Are you jerking off?
Hey Jill,
Leave
do you
the
like shrimp?
church
Do you like
now.
shrimp?
Oh, you're pleasuring yourself there for a minute there, Jill.
Leave that church now. Man, pack up,
Well,
man. If your pastor's anything like this,
wants me to do right. Well, trust me, I've confronted him maybe at least twice.
You told me I was justified to be scared of black people, Jill.
you're justified to be cautious around certain.
No, you told me I should be scared, that I should cross the street. If I'm walking on one side of the street and I see a black person walking my way, I should cross the street. I should be scared.
In the nighttime, come on.
I can't see them, Feckle.
Slim Jim would suggest the same thing.
No, I only cross the street when you're walking towards me, Joe.
If Slim Jim is honest, he will suggest you do the same. If he's honest, but he's not. He's a Catholic.
Is that you walking down my way? Could you smile? I can't see it. Okay.
I was just going to do that.
Okay.
But that would be racist coming from me, not from a black person.
Yeah.
Just wait for the black person to be racist towards their own.
Because then you cross the street, he'd come right after you.
I'd only cross the street if Jill was walking towards me.
That's just to avoid the smell, right?
Yes.
Yep.
And the drool.
How you know what Joe smell like?
You can smell him through the channel.
No. He's trying to say you got COVID.
Hey Jill, how tall are you, man?
Taller than you, that's for sure.
Shorter than me.
So how tall are you, man?
The taller than Chinese people.
Really? So how tall are you, man?
About 6 feet.
Hey, Sam. We
should about 6 feet.
Sam.
Yeah, 6 feet.
Yeah,
6'2".
Sam, you need to just start misrepresenting Jill. Instead of calling him black, you should just misrepresent him by calling him white. But the thing is he'll find that to be a compliment.
No, you know what means I call him a free con, and he got offended. So I don't know, man.
Oh,
a free, you're a free con, man.
A free con. Okay.
Jillian is sensitive.
Yes, barely 6, man.
So I'm changing.
So you're not even taller than me. Oh, Jill, come on. How about your penis size? How big is it?
Probably the shortest one.
Come on. Come on, Thicky.
Come on, man.
See, if you had gotten married to a Wuhanese girl, you would not be asking me that question.
The thing is like you don't even have a girlfriend. Okay. Come on, man. Let's
if you had gotten married, you would not have even gone there. But because you decided to stay single,
hey Jill,
because you decided to stay single,
I have a girlfriend.
Now you're fantasizing.
You don't even have a girlfriend. I mean,
about other men,
man. Hey, a free con, go and figure.
You were married. What happened? She left you?
Yeah, she left for her boyfriend or something.
Was he black?
No, he was he was Jewish. He was
Jewish.
He was
Hebrew Israelite.
He was tax accountant.
He's a black Hebrew Israelite.
Black Hebrew Israelite.
Maybe. So how big is your
those Ammonites?
Is that stereotype correct? Is the black guys like their penis is big and stuff? Is that correct?
That is a stereotype, yeah.
Oh, it's such a stereotype. Oh, I see. So yours is like 4.5 inch or something.
Centimeters.
Anyways,
what concern is it of yours?
It's all about the tweezers.
Just curious, being an Asian and being foreign, I'm just kind of curious because I never seen black guy's penis, whatever.
It's like a little mouse. It's like a little mouse hiding in the woods.
All right, so I had to rename this title to I don't know what your problem is. You're married. You shouldn't be fantasizing about men.
Right, you should be.
I don't know what's going on in the home, but I renamed this.
You have a
I
girlfriend.
renamed this channel.
I know Vecco is married, but do you have a
Yeah, Becca's
girlfriend?
married too. I renamed this Hangout Open
Beautiful Asian
Challenge.
woman.
Open Hangout
Yeah,
Challenge.
I mean Vecco married to lovely Korean women. Oh, no, sorry, Chinese women. So like, do you have a girlfriend? African? Do you have a girlfriend?
You are such a racist.
No, man. I'm just playing your game. I'm just playing your game. You're saying
You're
Wuhan
such
or
a
whatever.
racist, Sam.
I'm just playing your game, boy.
You should play the clip. You should play that clip of News Unit. Man, there's some colorful language in that one.
Oh
That's
yeah,
good.
yeah, that was great.
So
Jigaboo.
you never been laid?
You guys heard of Jigaboo University?
Oh my poor boy.
Jigaboo University.
Yeah, Jigaboo University is a few graduates.
Yeah, I want to put something out there about this situation with News Unit. It's not so much that I was angry with the use of the word itself. It was more of the context. The guy in the room that Dave Unit used it towards didn't deserve to be attacked in that fashion.
No, he did not, because he wasn't one of these. Now, if
Yeah,
he
but I
were
mean-
one of these men, then it would have been appropriate.
Yeah.
Okay.
I know the
This
only
is
ones out of
Jigaboo
there that I
University
like-
here.
Yeah.
You have, who do we have here? Lil Wayne.
Lil Wayne is I kind of like him a little bit though. He's got some conservative values that I like.
Looks like that's Flavor Flav, right?
Which one is Smokey?
According to your
I'm still
FBI
looking, man.
facial recognition, this probably would have been identified as Smokey under his real name, right? Using the
it's dark
software you're
enough.
using. Is your facial recognition software, is it from Wuhan or is it from America?
No, it's from Africa.
It's from
African.
Africa. Okay. All right.
Yeah, African.
All right, so that's Jigaboo University.
I had a really bad joke to go along with that, but I'm not going to do it.
Oh,
no, don't do it. You're a
go to
liberal.
Smokey's channel, he'll allow it.
No,
You're
he'll
liberal.
use it. He'll use it against me in a court of YouTube later.
Do you
yeah,
carry a piece of bone on your nose?
Yeah, so I said, no, only the women wear the bone. Only the women wear the bone. No.
Only women wear the bone. You gotta be cool.
That's the cook. All right, so the stir the pot. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, Dave. Yeah, I actually wanted to go to Dave and call him out on his channel, but I couldn't find his channel. And I don't know if he does live streams. I don't know what he does.
He might be doing one now. He does one every day.
Oh, okay. Well, I was gonna go call him out because he judged the guy without even finding out if he was really a jigaboo.
Yeah, he's doing it right now.
What exactly?
Right now.
What is the definition of that?
I just showed you the graduates, dude.
No, but what? Okay, yeah, they're graduates. But where did they get?
Wait. What's his channel, and then on the side chat, he's got the link to the StreamYard.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna go check him out because. I gotta let him know that was uncalled for. I mean, the guy voted for Trump. I mean, he's just like you and me.
He couldn't possibly be racist.
No,
he couldn't possibly be racist.
He couldn't possibly be a jigaboo.
He voted for Trump. He couldn't possibly be racist.
No, he couldn't possibly be a jigaboo or the N-word.
Yeah.
What N-word is that, Jill?
I mean, even Chris Rock said that there's a difference,
Like Jill, what N-word are we talking about?
Well, there's two types of black people. Just like there's two types of white people. Those who say to God, thy will be done, and those who God says to them, thy will be done. I stole that quote from, I think, Martin Luther.
So
but there are two types of blacks. Okay, and you have black
Christian
people
leader,
who support evil, and we would call them the jigaboo. And then you have black people who are for good, and they love Christ, and they they
This sounds
support
like a less funny version of Chris Rock's
not
"You might be
evil,
the N-word"
but
if
good. Okay, and this man was one of the good blacks, so he should not have been berated in that way. Now, I understand he was trying to be funny on Smokey's channel and, shock value and all that other type of
it
stuff,
didn't
but
sound like. Wait,
he
you're
should have
saying
at least found out if he was a liberal. He should have at least done that much of before he
wait,
decided to go off like that.
You know what, Joe? Now that you put it that way,
Wait, it
I
would be-
probably wouldn't have said anything at all if that were the case with that
wait.
guy.
Why would it make a difference? What would be the difference of finding out if he's a liberal or not? If you start calling
Because liberals
someone-
support evil, therefore any type of negative I don't even care if it's a racial epithet. Am I saying that right? Epithet? I'm
No,
black.
Lord.
Okay.
You don't even know?
he didn't. He found out what cadaver was only a year ago, so it's okay.
Yeah, I knew what cadaver was. It's a
No,
dead
it's
Kind of
person.
like the Genova
sure.
Project.
Yeah, that one too.
I know what a
And
cadaver is.
Cloud.
It's the thing.
Yeah,
you
it's
say
a
when you're doing
Geneva
the-
Project. Yeah, I already cleared that up too.
Cadaver is what you say when you're doing a magic trick.
It's a
Yep.
dead person.
Yep.
So
Abracadabra.
what liberals have done is they created all these terms, and if you don't know what the
I
term
use it all the
means,
time. I heard this guy
you
behind
can't
me use it
discuss the
just the other day.
topic. So, like, I could say, "Hey, you know what? What are the 5 points of idea?" And then you could say, "I don't know."
Wait.
And then I'll say, "Well, you should never talk about anything to do with children and teaching and kids because you don't know this terminology that I invented." It's a strategy that atheists use. It doesn't really work.
What are you talking about?
You just make them define their terms. That's all. If they want to
What
use
the
fancy
fuck are you
terminology to
talking
try to
about?
make it seem as though they know what they're talking about, make them define it in layman terms. That's what I do.
No, I'm just wondering exactly. So do you think? Okay, so what if it wasn't? So you think News Unit was using the language that he was using against that other person because it's justified, or it would be? So it would have been justified. It's not justified if the person's not a liberal, or it's not justified to use that language against someone if they're not a liberal, but it is justified to use that language against someone who is a liberal.
Yes.
That's your point. Okay. So
Yes.
even if that liberal happens to be a person of that particular color where those racial slurs are normally directed towards, that's perfectly justified.
Yeah. Because
Okay.
because
I'll remember that when I start voting Republican.
Okay. I vote Trump, vote MAGA, don't vote Republican, vote
remember-
MAGA.
Why would you want to vote for Trump?
Well,
Vote
here's
MAGA.
here's the thing, because
Why the
The
heck
Jill's
would you
great
vote
white
Democrat?
disappointment.
Jill's telling me
Why would you wanna vote
that
Democrat?
if Jill's telling me that if I've become a conservative, then it's perfectly fine for me to go around and find people who are
Supporting
identify as
evil.
black, who are necessarily
Supporting evil.
liberal and happen to be black, and then I am justified in using
And they're
the
supporting
N-word and all.
evil. You forgot that part.
Well,
Well,
They're
you said
supporting
liberal.
evil.
You said liberal automatically supports evil. That's why I use liberal.
They do support evil.
Jay,
That's why I said liberal. So if I'm a
Okay.
conservative, it's justified for me to
So-
use
Right.
racial
They're
slurs against-
supporting evil.
Cool. I'm going to become a conservative.
Okay.
Jay,
Then that
what you
means
need
you
to
would no
ask him
longer
though,
support evil.
What's
right,
that?
is when you become a conservative, what you need to ask though, like, is what exactly have conservatives conserved ever?
Racial slurs, dude. That's why I'm going to become a conservative.
Oh,
About the Constitution, Slim Jim. About the
the
Constitution.
Constitution?
Yeah.
The Constitution that the conservatives say our government never follows?
When the liberals are in charge, sure.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, they
All right,
circumvent.
all
they
right, gentlemen.
circumvent the
I gotta get
document as
going
much as they
for my
can.
hang. So have a good day.
All right,
Hey,
see ya,
Sam.
Sam.
Hopefully, you guys will check my hangout later.
Okay,
but,
try preaching the gospel this time when you go on your channel. All right. Now that you know
Oh
what the
yeah,
gospel is.
you gotta tell me why the good news.
See
you
now,
haven't told me yet.
First he wanted to know what the gospel is. Now he wants to know why.
I asked
Why
you,
the gospel,
what
which
the
doesn't even make any
gospel
sense.
was, and
Why the
you're
gospel?
going on and on about some Genesis and whatever.
Yeah,
and then I
believe
asked
that.
you what the gospel means, and you
Uh-huh.
totally have no idea that means
I just
the
told
good
you what the
news.
gospel means.
And I asked you why the good news, and you just kicked me.
What the
Anyway,
heck?
I
does that
gotta
even make
get
sense?
going.
What do you mean? Why the good news?
Why the good news? That's not
Yeah,
even a
why,
sentence.
what for? What
Why
the
the good news?
gospel
Why?
for?
What was the purpose of the gospel?
Yeah. What is the
What do you
reason
mean?
for the
What
gospel?
does that mean? I don't
What do you mean?
understand
What
the
does that
question.
mean? Why is a good
Out of
gospel?
all
Okay.
the
Why
things
is
that
that?
we've been
Why is
talking
that
about,
the
this
good
is the
news? Right.
That's
I mean,
that's a
it
redundancy.
could be a bad name. It could be bad whatever. Why is that? What must be a good
Wait,
news?
that's a
Why must be
redundant
the good
question
news for
because
everyone?
no, it's a
Anyway,
redundancy.
All right,
It's a
Thicky.
redundancy.
We'll come back
why is
next week.
why is that even
It's a
redundant?
redundant
It's
because
like it's
the term good
asking.
news.
It's a
No, no,
fundamental
you don't say
question.
why.
If you
The
don't
gospel
even
is the
know
why.
why the gospel, then
Wait, wait,
what's
wait,
the
wait,
point
wait,
of
wait. Slow down,
believing the
slow down, slow down,
gospel?
slow down, slow down, slow down.
Why the
Do you
It's a
not
gospel?
understand?
wait, hold on. It's a redundancy because the gospel is the why. That's
Why
why.
the
So you're
No,
kind
gospel?
of
the
saying, well,
gospel means the good
why the
news.
why?
Hey,
That's what you're certainly.
Veckel,
That's what you're
the
saying when you
gospel
say why the
means
gospel.
okay. The gospel
What's
means the good news. Hold on. The gospel means the good news, and people needs
that's
to
yeah,
know.
it's
People
good news.
need to know why is the good news. All right.
Yes, and it explains. That's what the gospel tells you.
Okay.
The
So
gospel tell
why
you
is the good
why.
news? Why is it? Why is
That's
it?
all in
Well,
the
so
gospel. It's already answered in the gospel.
obviously you don't even know why that
Yes, I
is. I'll
do.
tell you. I'll tell
Yes, I
you
do.
what.
I'll
Okay.
tell
What
you.
is it? What is
I'm gonna
it?
tell you. Hold on. Let me tell you what the gospel is. The gospel is simply this.
No, I
Wait,
didn't
no, how
ask
you
you
know?
what
You
the
ain't even let me
gospel
say
is.
anything.
The
Wait, how you gonna
gospel.
say no when you haven't
Go
even
ahead.
heard me say anything yet?
No, I asked you why, not what.
No. I'm gonna tell you the why and the what are one and the same. Okay.
what, when, where, who, when, where.
Yes, they are. I mean, here's why. Here's how.
I mean,
This is what the
I
gospel
mean,
is.
what is your,
Hey,
what
see, Joe, he doesn't want to listen.
what
He
is your
doesn't want to listen.
name and why do you
He doesn't.
exist are the
He doesn't
same
want to
thing?
listen.
Are you
Yeah.
saying that why and what are the
You don't want
same?
to listen. No. Okay. All right. I'll just wait till you leave the room and then I'll say it then. So that way you can hear
No,
it.
I want to listen what you got to say.
Such
Go
a
ahead.
stunning and brave stand, Veckel.
Okay. You gonna shut up and let me say it?
Go ahead.
Because it
What do
seems
you
like
want
you
to
don't want to
say?
hear it.
Stunning and brave.
You're going to have to tell me why, though.
Well, Captain Jim, why don't you tell him to be quiet so he can hear the gospel?
Come
Maybe
on.
he's
Oh, that's
already
right.
heard it.
Yeah, Catholics don't like the gospel either. Gotcha. Okay.
Come on, we're waiting.
What I was going to
That's
say,
so clever,
I was going to
Veckel.
say, if you want to hear the gospel, just be quiet for a second and let me tell you what it is. Okay. The gospel is simply this, that Christ died for sinners, right? Now, why is that? Here's the why that's already answered in the gospel. Is because man has inherited a sinful nature, and man by himself cannot inherit the kingdom of heaven unless they have their sins atoned for. This is why Christ died on the cross. And the reason why he was the only one able to do that is because he's the Son of the living God. He never sinned, okay? He never committed any guile or any evil or anything of the sort. He was the spotless Lamb of God. So it's only through him, his person, as well as his finished and efficacious work, can man receive eternal life. That's it. So there's the gospel. It gives you
So
both
you
the
don't
what
know
and
why.
the why.
You don't know why.
I just gave you the why.
Okay, let me give you my answer
Dude,
to
did you just
why
not
the
hear what I
gospel.
said?
Are you going to
Did
wait?
you just not hear what I said?
I heard you, and you didn't tell me why. Why
Yes,
the
I did.
gospel? Why the good
How
news?
did you? Why?
The
What?
reason, okay,
Why
calm
should we
down,
believe the
Becky.
gospel?
Calm down, calm
Wait, but you're
down.
not.
The reason why,
But you're not. But you're not
calm
listening.
down. The reason why is the good news is because that
Because
Christ, whosoever believe on Christ, are given with the eternal life. The eternal life.
oh
That
my
is the
gosh!
good news.
Wow!
That is why.
Wow!
Okay. So
You
that
just
is the
repeated what I
reason.
said. You just
If it is
repeated
not
what I
the
said.
life, if it is not the life, there is no
That's
reason. There's no power.
it's,
Anyway, have fun, gentlemen. It seems like you all drove
I
everyone
always,
out.
blah, blah, blah.
all right. Now I'm going to say the gospel because he needs to be corrected on it. This is the gospel. The reason why it's called the good news is because man has inherited a sinful nature. God requires 100% perfection from the moment we're born all the way to the day that we die. That
Thank
means
you.
that even within between those times that we're born and die, God requires us to be 100% perfect. That means we can't even sin for 0.0000000 seconds. If
Right.
we do,
See,
God is going to hold us eternally accountable for that sin that only lasted 0.0000007 seconds.
yeah,
This
and
is
you
why
see,
Jesus. Yeah, go ahead.
Thicky's gospel, and I began when he first came on. I began with Genesis, and he got upset. Satan gets upset when you preach the gospel,
Oh yeah.
when your gospel is void of sin, Satan is delighted because he knows that that's not the gospel. If your gospel doesn't include Genesis or the fact that man has fallen into perpetual sin ending in death, you're not preaching the gospel. Go ahead, Reckel.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, see what
Thicky
see
got
what
upset.
what Thicky wants to do, though, he wants to say, well, part of the gospel, and I've heard him say this before. He'll say the gospel is that you put your faith and trust in Jesus Christ. Wrong. That's not the gospel. The gospel has nothing to do with us.
Oh God.
Okay, it has nothing to do with us. The gospel is about who Christ is and what He's done. That's the gospel.
Right.
Okay.
What he's done, right? Because of sin. Yeah.
He wants to add the man's part into the gospel. And see, that's one of the dangers of synergism. You got to be careful with that.
Yeah.
But
it all stems from synergism. All of the heresies, I would say, probably most of, not all, stem from some form of synergism or some sort of faith or work-based theology, I would say.
For God so loved the world that He gave His only begotten Son to whoever chooses Him. I mean, that's the gospel that I keep hearing from guys like from thick shades. So, but that the gospel is all about who God is and what His Son has done, and and the good news is that we put our faith. Whoever believes in Him will not perish but have everlasting life. It's really that simple. I mean, they try so hard to. The thick shades try so hard to add the element of our efforts to believe in the gospel, and that's not it. So anyway, he said, well, why, Veckel? Why is the gospel? What do you mean, why is the gospel?
Why do we need to? No, it's
the gospel answers that question.
Why the gospel? Why the gospel?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, I don't understand.
I think he means to say, what's the purpose? What was the purpose of the gospel?
To save souls, I guess. I mean,
why?
Isn't that part of the gospel? I mean,
why the gospel, Jill? Why the gospel?
I'm telling him that man has no ability outside of God to inherit the kingdom of heaven, and the consequence of that is to go to hell.
Exactly.
So exactly. Christ is the Savior.
All right, it's testimony time, Veckel.
Yeah.
This is one of the reasons why my pastor cut or canceled testimony time. In the African American church, we used to have testimony. A part of the service was dedicated to people coming up and telling what God has done for them recently or lately. Occasionally you'll get someone talking about what God did for them 20 years ago. God didn't do anything for you in the past year, but 20 years ago, a friend of mine told me. Okay. So this is one of the reasons why my pastor said, you know what? No more testimony time. We're going to do something else. Maybe Pastor Offering played around a second time or something.
So the officer came back. She said, get your stuff. You about to go. Your fingerprints came back clear. Y'all, I've been running from warrants for almost 10 years. And my fingerprints came back clear on Monday. I don't have a record no more.
Somebody ought to praise Him.
Jill, where the heck do you find these videos, man? You know what that reminds you of, right? I ain't gay no more. I ain't gay no more. I love women.
Women. You talking about that? You talking about this guy?
Tonight has set you free.
Yes, sir.
Turn around and tell those people. Tell them. I'm not gay no more. I am delivered. I don't like men no more. I said I like women. Women. I said women. I'm not gay. I would not date a man. I would not carry a purse. I would not put on makeup. I will love a woman.
now, listen. What
I will.
see now?
I will love a women.
I feel there's a part of me that feels bad about laughing at that testimony, but at the same time,
This is why my pastor no longer allows testimony service, because of idiots like this who get up there and say things of such. I would say to the young man, delivered. I think he's right. He went viral when he first came out. And if you Google delivered, because that's the way if you spell it the way he pronounces it, you'll find him. Delivered with a T. I would say to him, if he stayed in that Kojic church, he ain't gonna be delivered for long.
Yeah,
that's
right.
what I would say to him.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, God could use any method He wants to deliver His people out of sin or out of any type of bondage. So who knows, man? Maybe that man truly was delivered. Maybe it wasn't. Maybe it was just an emotional episode that he was having. Who knows? But I'm definitely not going to put God in a box and say that wasn't a genuine thing unless I follow up and find out that was the case. But so that's why it's kind of hard for me to laugh at it sometimes, but it is still funny.
I think they did follow up, and there was some rumors about him falling back into that lifestyle, but we'll pray for him. But Beautiful said, that's why I said get out of that Kojic church, because that's like a ritual pastime for them, the young boys, and that are being abused and led astray. And God says, He's going to deal with them in the end. It's better that a millstone be tied around their neck for what's going to happen to them. But Beautiful says, this is why white men don't respect y'all. Oh, wow. White men don't respect us. Wow. I didn't know we were looking for the respect of a white man.
I know, right? Isn't it that passage in Galatians chapter 2, which says that we're not pleasers of men?
Not pleasers of men, right?
So
white, black.
Yeah, I guess.
I'm
not saying unless I know a white person in the church loves me, I guess.
Beautiful sounds like a black liberal.
Yeah, probably.
You do such a disservice when you lie about things like this.
You do such a disservice.
Beautiful says, Veckel, wasn't he crying about the N-word? Well, again, I was talking about the context in which the word was being used. Okay, I think it was uncalled for at that time. Now my stance on, again, cussing and cursing in the church, I think, again, I'm not saying that you're not saved or that you're going to lose your salvation if you do those things. And I just think there's two things that need to be considered with regard to this conversation. Number one, Romans 14, we should consider the convictions of others that are around us. If people don't want to hear the cuss words, then either for their sake, don't use the word around them, or they shouldn't be around you if that's the way you choose to speak. Number two is that don't inspire other people to use this type of language, especially when we have scriptures that condemn the filthy communication, filthy language, froward mouths, so on and so forth. If you don't feel personally convicted by using these cuss words, okay, fine. That's between you and God. But don't tell other people that it's okay to do so when we have scripture that says that we shouldn't do these things. And also, again, keep in mind of Romans 14. So other than that, if that's the way your channel is on a normal basis, you're constantly using this type of language, and somebody comes to your channel and says, I don't like the way you talk. Well, that's on them to whether or not they want to continue to stay on their channel. They can go ahead and go somewhere else and listen to somebody else. And if they want to, they can continue to put up a campaign and expose you, but that's on them. So as far as, what Beautiful is saying here, regarding to this is why white men don't respect y'all as it is. It's just stupid. I mean, we don't do.
That's why the white man don't respect y'all. The white man don't respect.
What a silly Negro.
Silly Negroes. Look at those two silly Negroes. The white man don't respect them.
This sounds like, to me, like what atheists say with me all the time, because when we have an argument about morality, I tell them, we give them the usual spiel, and whenever their back is up against the wall, they resort to some sort of personal attack. You're an idiot. You worship a God that wants to kill people. And I just sit there and say to them, okay, what do you want me to do with that information now? Now you're making fun of me. What am I supposed to do with that information? You know what I mean? You're not paying my bills. You're not, guarding over my soul. You're not my wife, so you ain't giving me no booty. So what am I supposed to do with that information? That you resort to name calling and all this other stuff. But to a Christian, though, I would hold them to a higher accountability because they have the text that says this or that. So if they're claiming to be a Christian, I will bring scriptures to them and say, hey, this is what the text says.
What about calling women hoes?
Well, like, if a woman is acting like a whore, I think, in my opinion, I think there's a way, there's a biblical fashion to address her as such, because that's what she's acting like. But I don't think it should be done arbitrarily. You don't do it out of emotion. You don't do it because you're angry with somebody's answer to your apologetic or something like that.
Because she's a female and you're upset, so therefore that's a designation for
exactly. Yeah, it's no different than calling somebody bitch and stuff like that.
Right.
You're doing it out of emotion.
Right, bitch, yeah.
Yeah, it's the same thing. But
it would be like like Thicky, for example. There would be no other reason to throw in my race to call me. If you wanted to call someone stupid, just call them stupid. Right. But the fact that you threw in my race and then use that in the same in the insult, now it becomes racial.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
you don't walk up to someone and say, "Hey, you're a black carpenter, I see." well, maybe you might. Maybe you might, because there aren't that many black carpenters. But
I used to date. I think I told you this before. I used to date this girl. She was Mexican, and she was talking. She was telling me about a conversation she had with another friend, and they were talking about me, and she was like, she paused when she said black, and she says, "Oh yeah, my boyfriend is
he black,"
and she did the air quotes and everything. And I'm like, why do you have to say it like that? You don't have to be afraid to say the word black in front of me. I mean,
that's was she white?
No, she was Mexican.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But
so Brian Karn
go ahead.
had something to say about calling women hoes.
If you get offended when I say hoe, you must be a hoe. You understand? Because if I preach on adultery and you're not committing adultery, it don't offend you. But if you get offended, you's a hoe.
Welcome, Danny. Danny always comes in when I'm closing the stream down. 4 hours later.
Oh, it's been 4 hours. Wow.
3. No, 4. I started at noon.
Yeah, I was at church when I started. Yeah.
4 hours later. What's up, Danny?
Nothing much. I just got off doing some work, taking a break.
I think Danny knows how to find a wife.
That's going to be interesting.
Danny, what are you looking for in a wife?
What do I look for? I guess to share values, right?
I thought, Danny, you were married already.
What? Yeah, I am married.
Oh, okay.
Oh, you are married.
Yeah. But if the point is that if someone were to be looking for a wife, I would go with someone that shares your values.
What if she's a Satanist?
Well, then she should be with another Satanist, probably.
Why? What's wrong with being a Satanist? What are you, xenophobic?
Is that xenophobic to be anti-Satanist?
Yeah, that's a culture, isn't it? The culture of Satan.
I thought xenophobic was like being like
culture, like it's someone else's culture, right? Islam.
I thought it was like maybe I'm wrong, but I thought it had
ethnic groups.
Foreigner, like being xenophobic is to being kind of prejudiced against foreign.
Okay.
Maybe I'm wrong.
So you're a Satanist. No, you're right. You're a Satan phobic.
Am I?
Yeah, you're Satanist phobic.
No, I don't think so.
What's wrong with Satanists?
I didn't.
Why
I
can't?
Are you trolling me right now?
Yeah. Well.
I'm not against Satanism, like per se.
So what would be wrong with a young lady that was a Satanist?
For myself,
Yeah.
well, I don't think it excludes. Just depends on what her values are. If her values are in line with mine, that none of our values were contrary, I don't think I'd be opposed to it.
You don't worship Satan. One of her values is she worships Satan. You don't. That's a value.
Yeah, but those are not contrary values, right?
That's not you. Do you worship Satan?
No.
So that's contrary to your values.
No, but it's like look, it's not contrary is something different. Like if you wanted chocolate ice cream and I wanted vanilla, that's not contrary, right? We're not against each other.
You're just indifferent.
Right, yeah. I'm indifferent to it. Now, if I was against Satanism, right, then I probably shouldn't marry a Satanist. You know, I'm not. If I was against people having vanilla ice cream, then I shouldn't marry someone that only wants vanilla ice cream. I don't know, something like that.
Okay, I see. So you would marry a Satanist?
I think in principle I would be open to it, yeah.
Oh my.
I mean, it doesn't mean
Yeah.
I mean, remember, I could marry someone that identified as a Satanist. You know, my wife identified as a Christian, but y'all wouldn't consider her Christian at all, right?
Why not? Why wouldn't we to consider her a Christian?
I think if you asked her who Jesus was, she'd struggle to answer the question.
That doesn't mean anything.
Well, what I'm trying to say is that, okay, if you were to ask my wife, why are you a Christian? She would say, because I took a shower. And that's Chinese for baptism, right?
Oh, baptism. Okay.
Yeah, but I think that's as far as she knows. Because what happened is
fine.
Yeah, but she's still, if you ask her, do you believe in God? She'll say yes. Do you believe in the Trinity? She'll say yes. And then that's as far as it goes.
Okay, well, she's saved. That doesn't. Yeah, those are the people that Matt Dillahunty will allow to call in on the show.
Yes,
exactly. Right. Exactly.
He won't allow me to call in.
You're pretty funny. But yeah, like the idea is that I'm not against Christianity, so I can marry her, right? Like if I was an anti-Christian, then I probably should have not married her, right? Something like that.
Well, the fact that she's marrying you, though, shows us that, with no disrespect intended,
of course not. Yeah,
she doesn't really know what the scriptures suggest about the marriage regarding
guilty as charged. She has no clue.
Being unevenly yoked. But you know what? My wife, though, is sort of that way. She has a very, very layman understanding of scriptures. I mean, half of the stuff that we even talk about in this community, she wouldn't even. It'd be way over.
My wife, right? Like, but I'm sure your wife is a genuine Christian. I don't really see my wife as a Christian.
Yeah, she goes to church. We pray together. She has strong godly values. But as far as getting into apologetic discussion, I mean, she wouldn't even know how to spell the word apology.
I mean, my wife won't even pray. Like, so I tease her sometimes. I'd say, "Okay, could you pray for us right now?"
Why you do that to
her? She won't pray with you because you're not a believer.
Well, no, but she won't even pray by like if I'm like, I don't know, if the finances went off for a week, babe, you need to pray for us right now. Go ahead, and then, like she starts giggling. She's like, I tease.
Well, she thinking, I'll pray for you to get a better job. That's what she praying for.
Yeah, exactly. That's how she should respond.
Yeah.
But yeah, like if you're the sort of Christian who takes certain scriptures very seriously about being unequally yoked or equally yoked, then, marrying someone who doesn't believe, who doesn't think that they should be spiritually involved in the family, then yeah, I think that is like that can boil down to some kind of contradictory set of values. They want, if a woman wants to marry someone that takes the spiritual head of the house and the other person's against doing that, then they shouldn't marry.
Yeah, that's what Paul means. Save yourself the headache if and not be unevenly yoked. If you,
Well, we're gonna be trying to find Wild. We're gonna try to find Wildheart a wife.
Well, should
Or-
he have? I mean, like, I don't know him very well, but like, it seems like he shouldn't have a wife, right?
Well,
he might harm her. I have a feeling
well,
that-
you know,
I mean,
and
what do you
he
just hate
showed.
women? Are you like misogynistic? Do you just hate women or something? I'm just kidding.
I would be if I did it. If I did hook him up with a woman at this point in his walk, but yeah, I think it's still instructive to help to know what to look for.
Okay, yeah.
Even though he may not be ready, he put the camera on his apartment and he showed the conditions that he was living in, and I put in the chat that is not suitable for a wife. That house is not suitable for a wife at all.
Yeah, God has somebody for everybody. I mean,
So you're more cleaning him up,
wife and kids,
right? You're more cleaning him up before, right?
Like, I want to see what he's,
This
because
house was that bad, really?
oh my goodness, oh it's
It's so bad that if he didn't have any kids, CPS would still make a visit.
They come in hazmat suits.
Yeah, take his wife too, like. So we taking your wife. Why? You don't deserve this.
Quarantine. You got a quarantine. You got a 1 Samuel 15. This place kill everything. Kill everything. The hamster, the cat. Just burn it all. Just
the cockroaches. You know?
Everything has to get killed. Quarantine. Nothing leaving alive.
You know, and I said and I've said this before too. This is Wildheart. You know, it's not a bad looking guy. Get himself cleaned up, man, and you know, maybe make some adjustments with this character. You know, he could be a real lady killer, man. Maybe I shouldn't say that word.
Well, no, I just figured there is certain things that Scripture provides that will help. The first one we sort of dealt with him and being a man and what a man's responsibilities were. So I wanted to help him at least when he's ready. Who knows when that's going to be? At least he'll know what to look for.
Right.
The scriptures gives us instructions on how to find a wife, and there's a difference between a wife and a woman that gets married.
Wow, that's interesting. I like that.
Yeah.
A woman that gets married and a wife.
Yeah.
Yeah, because some women who are married to their spouse, you can actually go for both sides too. It's more like a roommate type of thing, a housemate, rather than an actual covenantal relationship.
Right. So she black, beautiful, definitely black. She says same goes for the men. Yes.
That's how you know she's black.
She black. She black.
Use our misgendering too. We don't know if this is a woman.
Same thing goes for the husband man. The husband man biblically is every man that gets married is not a husband man. He's not a provider. Men who get married are not husbands. What I just said. Man, beautiful. You're starting to sound a lot like my wife. All right. So next week, that's what I'm going to be doing next week. Thanks, guys, for joining me. I got to run because I got to get to the produce before it closes at 5 o'clock.
All right. Okay.
So
thanks for an invite.
Yeah. I hope you can join me sooner so we can get into whatever you want to talk about.
Yeah, if you could give me an email, email reminder if you can.
I'll come in 5 hours later.
Okay. He'll come in 5 hours later.
Yeah, Danny. Yeah, I wanted to, have a conversation, but unfortunately, I got to run. Oh, and look, St. Tommy is here. Oh, gosh. Hey, St. Tommy.
Hey, boys. What's up? Thank you for your hospitality, Jill. God bless you.
How's it going? But I'm getting ready to shut the stream.
Oh, okay. Well, that's cool. But good to see y'all. Good to behold y'all. Hey, Danny. Hey, Bethel.
Hello.
Did you come in to say anything in particular, or?
No, just for a little fellowship and to say hello and say God bless you. That's about it.
Okay. All right. Well, God bless you too, St. Tommy.
Thank you.
And I'll see you guys next week.
Bye now.
All right. Man Boot Camp. Man Boot Camp. I want to be helping Wildheart find a wife. Find a wife. All right. Somebody's gonna help him clean that apartment. Because that was just a mess. And next week, the week after, I'm gonna be doing Jude 3, the Jude 3 project. So and Vackel's gonna join me. Brother Vackel's gonna join me at 3:30. So it's not gonna be noon, it's gonna be at 3:30. But next week at noon is boot camp, man boot camp part 2. How to find a wife. Wildheart's gonna join me. And then the sons of Belial. The sons of Belial. Who are the sons of Belial today? Okay, the Bible talks about the sons of Belial in several passages in Scripture. But who would be the sons of Belial today? Or some people say Belial, but it's Belial. That's in a couple of weeks or 3 weeks. And then Matt Dillahunty, remember his one of his tired canards. But is it okay to own another person? I answered that in a stream. Not sure if it's still up on my channel or not. But the simple answer is when they want to be owned. It's okay to own Veckel if he says, hey, I want you to own me. And whatever he defines as ownership, whatever he decides as what that ownership should entail, is what ownership means. Ownership and property don't mean what you want it to mean. It doesn't mean what it means to us today. It meant whatever the two parties wanted it to mean when they made the agreement. That's what ownership and property and purchasing meant. All right, so I take more of a historical approach to understanding the language. What did they intend to communicate when they used this terminology? Ownership, purchasing, buying. What Matt does is he hopes to obfuscate, he hopes to confuse you, he hopes to trick you. It's a ruse. Because when you hear ownership, purchasing, and property, you automatically think of exploitation. You think someone is exploiting someone else. Someone is doing something wrong to someone else. But in the ancient Near East, that wasn't necessarily the case. Someone could want to be purchased and want to be owned, and they understood what that meant, and it was not exploitive or exploitative, or was not meant to exploit the Eved or the slave. It was actually meant to empower him. Okay. Just like Eleazar and Abraham. Eleazar was empowered by him being owned by another man because he would inherit the property once Abraham died. He was the heir. Okay. So it wasn't exploitative, it wasn't to exploit him, even though he was owned by another person. Even in our culture today, there's an owner of the NBA. He owns the team, right? If that's not to exploit, or it's not a relationship in which anyone is being exploited or taken advantage of, yet the terminology is used. Okay, so what Matt does and what he's doing now with this other canard I'm going to be dealing with in a few weeks, where he's asking Christians, would it be okay for me, Matt Dillahunty, to own you, Christian, own you as property under the laws of Exodus 21? Well, I'm going to answer that question, but I'll answer it here, but I'm going to answer it in the stream, of course, and be more specific. But the answer is no. The reason why the answer is not no because there was anyone being exploited in the biblical text, and therefore I don't want to be exploited. No. The answer is no is because Matt Dillahunty does not have enough money. He would not be able to sustain me and my family because he doesn't own property like Abraham did. He would not be able to pass down any property to me because he's not that wealthy. So no, I would not be Matt Dillahunty's Aved under the laws of Exodus 21. If he were Abraham, then yes. If he were Job, then yes. Because I know my family's going to be taken care of, and I'm going to get what we might call a pension today. I'm going to get an inheritance, you can call it, and I am going to be able to feed and support my family, knowing that I am the property of this estate, or the property of the owner of this estate. So the answer is no for that reason. What Matt Dillahunty is hoping to do is to what we might call gaslight. He knows that if you say no, the audience is going to believe you're saying no because what was going on in scripture was of an exploitative nature. You see the ruse? You see the trick? If you say yes, then he's just going to throw his hands up and say, like he's done before. We're going to see clips of this. He's going to throw his hands up and say, oh, you're not being serious. You're not being honest. All right. But the answer is yes, only if he met certain criteria, and he doesn't. So the answer is no for Matt. So no, Matt, I wouldn't be your Aved, me personally. The Bible says we're supposed to be the head and not the tail anyway. So we're supposed to be the ones going out and hiring workers to work for us, right? Not the other way around. Okay. But a few things that I have against thee. Because thou hast there them that hold the doctrine of Balaam. You have entertained people who teach false doctrines, basically. The doctrine of Balaam, who taught Balak to cast a stumbling block before the children of Israel, to eat things sacrificed unto idols, and to commit fornication. All right, that's God. That's why God is so hard on false prophets, because they lead people into fornication, into committing acts of fornication, which harms women and children, which harms societies. Repent or die, liberal.
If you reject Christ, then the moment you take your first step through the gates of hell, the only thing you will hear is all of creation standing to its feet and applauding and praising God because God has rid the earth of you.